and take action that will yield direct benefits. Action that will yield direct benefits. I asked this question the last time on this space. I said, what if at the end of the day, the PEP didn't go the way we expect it to go, the way it is meant to go, the way it is supposed to go? Are we going to wait for Peter Obi to say, oh, Nigerians, take back your country, or let's protest? There is a war coming, and that war is imminent. I don't want to dwell much on how the war is going to affect us, how the war will go across the whole of Nigeria. The US, the France, they have systematically put these things into play already. We need to come together and see how we can stop this war. We can protest. I don't know why we are always resisting from protest. And I feel that is the only way, that is the power of the citizen. That is the only way we can actually change things, not by talking. That is the only way we can actually make our voices heard. But many a times we always desist from this protest. Okay. Man, there is a war coming. And we cannot keep sitting here and talk all day. I'm telling you, that word is imminent. And it will definitely come, and it will happen. Unless we come out and stop it. Just the way we are not coming out to stop it when NSAS were being killed. I mean, sorry, I don't want to digress. But my point is, there is a war coming, and we cannot keep sitting back and just keep talking. We need to take action. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Kindly music, thank you. I feel your pain, and I can tell, I mean, from your voice how hurt you really are. And I see the passion in your voice as well. I want you to understand that you can't force people to come out at this point. We can't force them. Like Peter Obi said, and I share in that thought, in that statement, he would not sacrifice one obedient for this callous people. He would not let them come and kill obedient because they are heartless and they don't care. He would not push you to go out there the other. At this point, and afterwards, I believe people will come out to jubilate. I believe that. They said go to court. We've gone to court. They said tender evidences. We've given them all the necessary evidences that they need. So I would tell you, let's follow due process. Just like Pio said, we will give them all the benefit of doubt. When it's time for everybody to get out, you will not be the one that would call them. Believe you me, it will not be you. Neither will it be me or Saddam or Steve. At this point, you can read the room, you can see what is going on. All right? So please, I feel your pain. I understand where you're coming from. Let us give it this one last chance. Judiciary, they know Nigerians deserve better. All right? So please be patient. Angie, who goes next, please?
All right. Thank you so much. I think it should be Mr. David. Mr. David has been here for a while, so Mr. David. Mr. David, gone. All right. Since we've been hearing men speak, so I'll just hear from Emily. Emily, are you there? No. Mark Lee or Mark Leak. How do you pronounce it? Please, you can unmute your mic and speak.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
I beg you said that highest thing we will do is to come and beat you. So drop your address. I'm looking for someone I could beat to express my anger. Actually, I've been here for long. I've been here for long. My hand has been paining me. I don't know why you have not been seeing my hand. You have been saying that nobody is raising hand. So that's by the way. Thank you for the opportunity. Mark, I greet you. Ngozi, Lamin, don't come out. I dey see Jumia, women in Nigeria, you see myself, and every other one. I'm greeting each and every one of you. I have a question I would like to ask UC Maswell, but that will be after I make my submission. But I just want to say this. You know, there's this usual saying that one cannot give what he or she doesn't have. It's just like saying apple cannot bear. Even at times of debate, he neglected the masses. At times when people needed to ask him some questions, he neglected the masses. We are talking about a man that came out boldly to say, snatch it, grab it. And we saw it played out. So I have that belief that no one here will say he caught me unawares or I'm surprised by his behavior, because it's a known fact that he doesn't have those qualities. You know, most of us here have been into leadership position, maybe during school days or in our community, in one organization or the other. And we know what leadership is all about. And most of us have gone through leadership seminar and all that. And in all this, one of the qualities of a good leader is ability to listen to the people, ability to carry the people along, ability to weigh the ground before making any decision. Yes, a leader makes a decisive decision, but then he weighs the ground to know if it will be to the benefit of his people or to the the disadvantage of his people. That way, they will form his decision. But here we are talking about someone who started with ignoring the people, disregarding the people, not minding the people, rather joking with the people, and he will say, let the poor breathe, don't suffocate them. So nobody should be surprised that he makes such kind of a decision, even when he didn't follow the due process. I believe that some things, I know the president, as the number one citizen of the nation, has executive powers conferred on him. But then we are talking about something that has to do with external body, something that has to do with external, will I call it aggression or thereabout? So it is not, I don't think it's something that the president will just make a decision on his own without following the due process, without consulting the necessary bodies. We have the executive, we have the legislator, we have the judiciary. And in all this, the judiciary came out to say no. We take the judiciary as the people standing on our behalf. And they have come out to say no. But the Mr. President, so-called Mr. President, went ahead, all in the name of his trying to prove he is Jagaban. You know, he's Jagaban, he claimed to be Jagaban of Lagos, but this time around, he wants to be Jagaban of West Africa. That's ECOWAS. From there, he solidified being Jagaban of Nigeria. But we know that judiciary will not allow such a thing to happen. Now, when we look at it, I was looking at the map of West African countries, and I was looking at Niger. When you take a critical look at, a close look at the map of West African countries, you discover that there are key countries in ECOWAS that borders Niger. One is Chad. Chad is there. One is Mali. one is Burkina Faso, one is Benin, that's Benin Republic, and you have Nigeria. Now, Burkina Faso have come out to say that I am not in support of this. Any war, any aggression against Niger, that means it's also an aggression against us. So they're in support of Niger. That's one of the people that borders Niger. Then Mali has come out also to say that. So when you remove these two, it's remaining Nigeria, Benin Republic, and Chad. And when you look at Chad, Chad is a military ruled country. So we already know that indirectly they are in support of Niger as well. So in all this, it's only leaving Nigerian border to Niger. Now, there's one thing in war. Let's take a look at that of Ukraine. You know, though they didn't come out to say that it is a practice that will last for 2 days, 3 days, or thereabout. But I believe they never expected that it will last to that extent. But then what happened? It lasted beyond what they expected. Now, what am I saying? In war, there's a possibility that unexpected will occur. And when that unexpected occurs, what happens next? Now, he's taking war to Niger. Did he first of all consider, how about if this war I'm taking to Niger and eventually these people push back? What happens? That means the war will now enter into my country. And when it enters into my country, it affects Northwest and Northeast. What is his plan towards safeguarding the people living in Northwest, Northeast if this war pushes down there? Let's not even talk about, okay, let me just neutrally not talk about the military guys, because someone may say that it's one of they signed it when they applied for the work, for the job. So, but how about the people that are living close to Niger? What is his plans? You know, see, this man doesn't care for the people. So what I suggest, I suggest at this point in time, one is that we need to trend a hashtag that will notify the Nigerians that we, the citizens, we are not in support of this war. It is Tinubu alone and his cronies. We are not in support. Two, I expect Northeast, Northwest, and even every other part of Nigeria, but especially Northeast and Northwestern states, by now supposed to have started a peaceful protest against this war. See, as a person, if you are taking a war, you are bringing a war at my backyard. See, I will not sit quiet and watch you, because I know that any slightest mistake, I will be the first person it will affect. The president, the man in question that is talking about war, I was watching Arise News this morning, and Ojideka was talking about 21 people that was killed in Plateau State yesterday. Are we talking about also the one that happened in Benue State, that they have blocked the road? I saw the news, Juni posted the news. So, you see, we have a lot of insecurities that we have not been able to tackle. And we are talking about external war. And one of our brother came here to say that we are not afraid of war. My brother, I want to tell you, at this point in time, we don't have the capacity. The soldiers are demoralized. They are not well paid. They are not gingered. There's nothing you can point at to say that this is the reason why they can do it. There's nothing. At this point in time, we cannot wage any war. So What I'm saying in effect is this. We are looking up to judiciary. Outside that, this man is a known person that claims to be Jagaban. He decide what he do. He doesn't listen to the people. Don't even shout. If you like, shout from now till tomorrow. He doesn't listen to the people. You remember when he said that I don't go to social media again. If I go there, all I do is that I will be angry or I will cry, something of that nature. So that is to show you the kind of person we are talking about. He doesn't listen to us. He doesn't care whether we are dying. So, my people, especially in the Northeast, let us rise up. These people are bringing war to your doorstep. Don't fold your hand and just say, just say it on the social media. No, it doesn't stop at that. Let us organize a peaceful protest so that it will also send signal even to the Nigerians that the citizens are not in support of this. Also, it will also even help the military people to think twice. That's what I want to say. Then the question I want to ask you, Maswell, I have asked that question before and I want to ask it again, just like he has done. I know,
but I can assure you, we will not answer you again because.
Hello?
What happened? Someone.
I don't know. Mark, did you mute everybody?
Did you mix? Yeah, looks like so.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I wanted to interject him real quick. If you've asked a question before and you want to ask the same question again, what makes you think Yusuf Maxwell will answer?
Sorry, the one I asked before. The one I asked before, he answered it somehow that normally is supposed to go through the house. But then I want also it's supposed to go through to the National Assembly for them to pass it, debate on it, and make an approval. Now, the question I want to ask is that the executive power conferred on a president, does he give him the power to override National Assembly's decision on a crucial matter like this? The National Assembly have come out to say, we are not in support of this. And Mr. President went ahead, putting ECOWAS first before the nation. By all indices of leadership, a good leader puts his people first before any other person. But here he's putting ECOWAS first because of his personal and selfish interest. So that's the question I want to.
Okay, let me say this. He has the power to veto a decision by the Senate or the House of Assembly. He can veto it. So I want to believe he has the power to veto it and go ahead and make that decision. That's why he's the president. I've always told people that cares to listen. The Nigerian president is the fourth most powerful president in the world. I am not kidding you. The Nigerian president is the fourth most powerful president in the world. So understand that. That is why this man is doing everything possible to be recognized. That is why this man wants to legitimize this presidency. And we would not give credence to it. We would not support it. We would not accept it. Understand that, my brother. So go ahead.
And all right, thank you so much. Yes, I'm just rounding up. My final submission is this: judiciary, the judges. Thank God that there's a giant, a lawyer that is standing before you. You cannot say that you enter the appeal court and you will not see it. You will not take a glimpse. So, judiciary, all eyes on you. Don't say we did not tell you. Don't say they never meant it. Maybe before you will say that it's all about social brouhaha, it's a social noise making. but this time around is standing opposite your court. Don't say we did not say it. We are not asking you to add anything for us. We are not asking you to add something to what you are. We are asking you to uphold the Constitution. We are asking you to bring back the glory of judiciary. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, can I just? I'm sorry to interrupt
No,
like
please,
that. Really,
please. I'm sorry. Please.
that gentleman asked a legal question that I think I need to clarify here. This is very important.
David, 1 minute, please.
Yes, 1 minute. It's a legal question. I'm a legal practitioner and I know well about these laws. The Nigerian executive government does not have power to override the parliament's decision in matters of war. However, there is the ECOWAS treaty that Nigeria as a member state is a signatory to. That matters. I've tried in my own way to upload that treaty up here so we can be aware of it. I'm not going to start lecturing us like kindergarten. Most of us here are very educated people. Can we read that treaty so we can understand why the Nigerian government or the executive government is taking this position right now? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, David, for clarifying that. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. My friend, have you heard that? So it's the treaty between the ECOWAS states that the president or the so-called Bola Tinubu is acting upon. It feels weird to me calling that man president. It feels so weird. It feels like I want to puke. But that's just the truth. Thank you,
Like,
David.
come on,
I appreciate
Ebola.
that.
Like, imagine, Ebola will make you puke now. So it's normal, I understand.
I see UC Maxwell is requesting the mic. I think he wants to chime in on that conversation.
Yeah, but actually Igwe Kwesi has been saying that he needs to go because he has some obedience that want to speak via his phone. That's why I interjected.
Oh, okay. Yes. I just said the message. Go ahead. Yeah, Igwe Kwesi, please take it away, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, Obedience. Good afternoon, Nigerians. Good day, good afternoon, good night, wherever you're spacing from. Africans, I salute you. I think it would be good to touch your button and to give that love emoji to this space. 1 million campaign crew. We've been awesome. What we've been doing here and the voices behind the scene are awesome. I tell you, in this last phase of this movement, what we're doing currently is so amazing that you've been consistent. You've been doing a lot. In fact, there is nothing good as being consistent in everything you do. So I appreciate you guys for hosting this space, for going out there. The materials you're giving out, calling out the judiciary to do the right thing has been doing amazing. The reaction on the streets of Abuja and different parts of Nigeria has been awesome. And I commend what you do. The billboard you have directly opposite the appeal courts is speaking volume. A lot of reactions, both of media and physical. It has caused a lot of discussions in different places. So, Nigerians, I thank you for being resilient. I thank you for standing out for truth at this time when it is needed most. We are set out here with Barrister Timi and the Angole and all others Angole Cynthia to go out and distribute some of this material. We'll have bags here, we'll have posters, we'll have stickers, and as we've been doing, Barrister Timi will be taken to Buhari Area Council, while Angole will be going to Jikoi, with her team, and I myself, I'll be keep it up there within the secretariat and Use Market and every other place that is needed. So, and the reason that we are telling Nigerians that all hope is not lost. We are telling Nigerians that what is happening now is not what we we dream of. We never think that we'll find ourselves in this situation. Today, the naira is just about almost 1,900 and something naira. And if care is not taken, if we allow this man to remain in office in the next 90 days, it might get to 1,500 or 2,000. Imagine, what is the hope of ordinary man? Now we have a breaking news here that says that gas is going up, the cooking gas. Now we have it as a rumor that petrol, that's fuel, will be 800 and something by next week. What is the hope of ordinary man? If you are in Nigeria, you have a relation in Nigeria, you need to see the level of hunger. You need to see the level of, the level of trouble we are going through now. Go to hospitals and see the number of people sick. Some of them are malnutrition and so many other things. People that are diabetic, hypertensive, don't even have money to buy their drugs. Those pensioners, they are not being taken care of. All those elderly people, the young ones, there's trouble in the land. And somebody saying that he's going to war. What do you need this war for? When our economy is in a mess, who will take care of, who will bear responsibility of this war? Somebody cited a particular, whether a law of ECOWAS or whatsoever. For crying out loud, we don't need such laws. We don't need such guideline. We don't need it. It is not making sense. When the interest is to kill the masses, we have a lot of killings here. How many? Yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or day before yesterday, how many people were buried in Plateau State? That is how we do mass burial every week here. How many blood? I ask the so-called leaders of ECOWAS. How many blood will you kill? How many lives will you take before you know something? It is so unfortunate that the West, the visible fingers of the West, has been oppressing us, using criminals in form of leaders with all due respect. Those that can control anyhow. And we ask why. Is Africa not old enough to rise and stand on their own and control and take care of our affairs? Why Africa? That is the question. Why ECOWAS? I ask Mr. Tinubu and his ECOWAS leaders, if I should call them that, if they qualify to be called leaders. Are they honorable leaders or miserable leaders? What kind of example are they showing? Do you think Hitler
Can anyone still hear Igwe Casey? Igwe,
No,
are you there?
I think he's dropped off. I can't hear him either. It's dropped off. Oh, he's back here.
He's here, but I think he got recalled maybe.
Okay. Let's keep it moving. There's someone that has been here for the longest. Is here. I think it's Abiodun, Mr. David. But you see.
Yeah. No, let you see go. Yeah, you see go. I've said what I need to say. Let you see go, please. Yeah.
Okay. You see. Go ahead, please. Educate us on that matter, that topic. Yes, Maxwell, are you there? You see Maxwell. Okay, let's move. When he's ready, we'll get back with him. Emily. Where are you, Emily?
Yes. Can I speak now? Is it my turn, sir?
When I call you, I want to hear you speak. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
The space is yours.
Pardon? All right. Good morning, everyone. Following all protocols as earlier. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're spacing from. Ngo, good morning. Hope you're doing great. All right. I just wanted to talk about, as we know, The question I wanted to ask, I think someone asked that earlier on, as you seem as well, earlier on, about why the delay in the decision or the judgment of the judiciary. So that's out of the way. So I heard that it was one of my questions. But second, on talking about the Niger war or what's happening, well, supposedly Tiffany plans to invade Niger. Um, it's really sad, but I was just I try not to listen to him because I couldn't comprehend what Tiffany was talking on that conference, ECOWAS. So maybe people will talk about that, as I haven't really joined full time. I was kind of busy just listening here and there. But I just wanted to say that the war in Niger, I believe, it's well, Niger, not the war. Niger, the military taking over is as a result of what France and the Americans are doing to them, and I don't see why this illegitimate president that we have. That has been installed by the by INEC is taking us to that war. I think it was NASA or someone spoke earlier on and talked about, there has not been any plan put in place to defend Nigerian citizens. Neither has there been any plan to retrieve the Nigerian citizens that are in Niger, over 300,000 of them. I'm not sure what's happening. I wasn't able to listen to Barrister David's comment because I was busy. I had someone coming. But I just wanted to ask that question. I don't know if it's answered it. Since the Senate went on holiday, they're off now. What happens is Tinubu still allowed to carry on, with this stupid plans of his to invade Niger? So that would be helpful if someone answer that later on, but I don't know if that's been answered. Otherwise, I'll go back and listen to the conversation. But yeah, generally speaking, we know that Niger is very strategic to US and France. They know what they're doing there. They've got their, like the US has got their military base there. What do they expect? They militarize the whole place. And the coup, I believe, is as a result of their intervention and exploitation of these people that has this mineral resources. And you look at their country, they're even worse than some villages. This is the capital city, worse than some villages in Nigeria, as I know. I just can't believe it when I look at the videos and see their capital city and the way it looks. I'm like, really? The people are mining this sort of mineral from their country, and they're actually not having anything done or given to them. There was no value brought to them whatsoever. And I heard people talking about democracy. I was having this exchange with someone on Twitter. Was talking about, Nigeria has democracy. We don't have democracy in Africa. Probably democracy works in Western countries, but not in Africa. The type of democracy we have in Africa do not bring any value whatsoever to us. To be honest, does not bring any value. And people are going about talking, we have democracy. And look at the president of Niger being held, and they're worried about, he's being put in a deplorable state. He's not being looked after. He might have. What about the ordinary Nigerians who are on the street, who the electricity has been cut off, who has nothing to, even before this coup, can't even take care of themselves? They live they live worse than dogs or something. You look at their country, the way that ordinary people are living, you just wonder, why do we have this politician that exploit us, or like they're the Western puppets, and all they bring to us is nothing but pain and more poverty? And I'm just saying, no, there's no democracy in Africa. It does not bring any value. There's no democracy at all. It might work in the West. All the presidents that we have known in their so-called democracy have all rigged their way into office. And we have one right here, right now, that has been rigged into office, and he's been the chairman of ECOWAS. And these stupid, idiotic Western people are supporting this idiot. Even some African people, presidents, are supporting him. They know fully well how this man got into power. They know fully well that this man is a drug baron. They know all the crimes that this man has perpetrated. In none of the Western countries we have such a person in power. Even someone, it was on television, and the man was shocked that this man has a criminal drug record and he's still being president of the country, which is illegitimate. He was not voted for. And this ECOWAS idiot, how do we get to these people? Because we need to really ask these people questions. How do we actually ask ECOWAS questions? Why are you supporting illegitimate person as a chairman of ECOWAS? Why should this man be there? He can't be there. He was not voted for by the Nigerian people. This was a civilian coup he carried out. It took place on the 25th of February, 2023. And they are sitting there and making nonsense, stupid decision to invade another country who are sovereign. It's a domestic problem. They should just leave Niger alone. There are so many places that coup has happened. Or should we come back home when it happened in Nigeria? How many people invaded Nigeria? How many times have we had coup in Nigeria? Why is it their problem? We need to get to those people. I don't know how we need to get to those people. This so-called ECOWAS shaman and nonsense they are carrying out there, that they should know that this man is an illegitimate president, which they know, but we need to ring it right into their ear, because I'm fed up of listening to this nonsense every day. You know, the way they have kept the country. There's no credibility. In fact, to me personally, ECOWAS has no credibility. Neither does this illegitimate government or chairman, so-called ECOWAS chairman, has no credibility whatsoever. Democracy is not being practiced in Africa, and we should just leave Niger alone to handle their domestic problem and stop trying to fabricate problem for ourselves. At the end of the day, Nigeria needs to, look at its own problem. We have our own problem. We shouldn't be focusing on this nonsense. US, if they want to go into war, that's their problem. But I believe they wouldn't want to do, fight any war in their border. None of this country. That's why they are not going right into Russia, the Ukraine and Russia war. They only support them. Why don't they send their military there if it's important, or if they really want to be involved in this war? Please, let them keep their war to themselves. We don't want any war. We love our Nigerian people. We have Nigerians living there, a lot of Nigerians living there, and they have intermarried, and we have a lot of Nigerians living in Nigeria as well. Why should we go to war with these people or be part of this war when it has nothing to do with outsiders? It's a domestic problem, and let them leave it to be so. Please, they should go away and leave us alone. We had enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on the issue at hand, which is Tinubu was a fraud. Tinubu is a drug baron. Tinubu forged his certificate. Tinubu has everything about him is fraud. We should focus on that and focus on the judiciary so that they can give us our mandate back, and let's reset the country. We have the man, Peter Obi, ready to reset this country, and they are there just talking rubbish. Please, let's not lose focus. Let's just keep retweeting, or whichever way we can get to ECOWAS. We really, really need to get to these people. If we can bombard them with emails, or news media, whichever we can get to those people, let them talk more about it, or even our brothers and sisters in Niger, so that they can amplify the whole thing. Let the world hear about this illegitimate man sitting right there in Aso Rock. Thank you very much. I yield my mic.
Thank you, Nasa. I'm not sitting in Aso Rock. I'm here with you. I get you. Thank you for your submission. Thank you very much for venting. Emily, sorry, Emily. Yeah, that's a wonderful submission. Max, excuse me, Maxwell went down again. I don't know. Okay, we just have to keep it moving. What we got next? NG. David.
I think Victor has been here longer than Mr. David.
Okay, Victor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone, regarding where you're speaking from. I really I'm disturbed, really, especially with the news about what the deployment have started already. I've actually been giving Tinubu credit that is, that is more than him, really. I've been saying Tinubu is really a politician, he's rugged, but he has just proven that he's a local and regional politician. Tinubu, he has no idea about international politics. What he's doing clearly tells that. And the West actually knew this. That's why they kind of like indirectly supported his illegal, election into power. And I think it was NASA that said the West hate us. No, they don't. They don't hate us, really. For the West, Africa is just a business commodity. It's a transaction for the West. And I'm sure if you have a business that you're running, if it's going down, you do everything within your power to resuscitate that business. So really, when people blame the West, I don't. I blame us Africans. I blame our leaders, really. Because in every any way you're going to look at it, the day Africa will be in peace for 6 months with itself, I don't know if any of us, if I'm wrong, please correct me. Since I was born, there has never been a time, a month, that African continent has been in peace. And if you look at all of this, it's a long-term plan for the West, really. Because the day Africa would be in peace with itself, in just a very short time, they will regain. Africa is actually the engine room for the West. The survival of the West is dependent on Africa. So, because, like I said, it's a business commodity, what do you expect? They will do everything possible to destabilize this. Like, what happened to ECO? There was a time ECO wanted to get a unified currency for Africa, West Africa and all of that. Nigeria was championing it. What happened? Some Francophone countries said, no, they are out and all of that. See, some Western countries are pulling strings because they know what that will mean to them. So the truth is this. Niger is just another of that plot to keep Africa destabilized. And they know if they use this clown sitting down as head of Nigeria, because really not the president. My president is Peter Obi till tomorrow. They know if they use him to destabilize the West, do whatever they want to do with Nigeria itself will never in peace, and it will further escalate the war in Nigeria. So they know this, and the West are playing it so good. That's why they cannot even, they can't call Tinubu out. They have the record, they know who he is. They can just say one word that will finish this for us. But they won't say it. Why? Because they need him to do some dirty work for them. So it's for me, it's really an open secret. Africa at this point would have to look for Africa's interest. When you, I think someone said, why is other ECOWAS countries are not? Because it's the same thing. ECOWAS is not made of Nigeria alone. There are other countries involved. The same card that is playing in Nigeria, the West are playing it in every other country. I'm sure by now, most of us will now know what that, Gaddafi wasn't so bad after all. It wasn't. But what happened? The West used us to destroy us. And now, here we are. So the point is this. I am not surprised. I've never been. I wasn't really expecting too much from Tinubu when he got there. So for me, I was not surprised. So maybe this is just God's ultimate plan. All the way. At this point, if you look at African countries, they are waking up. Niger is doing that. And Nigeria, we are the edge. We are the edge. And sincerely, the day Africans will cut off from the West and stay together. Someone said we should now use this opportunity, and Niger should use this opportunity to bargain with the West and look at who will pay most for their uranium and all of that. Wait, can we use uranium in Africa? Can African patronize this uranium in Africa? And we use it for Nigeria will buy it. Which other country that will have the money
to patronize, work with us within ourselves, within our borders to strengthen Africa. Guess what is not going to happen? Because the West will start throwing sanctions, and before you know it, one will chicken out. When I read about what France has been doing to Francophone countries, I wept. I wept sincerely because no way. No, there's no, this is evil. I said Nigeria is corrupt, Africa is corrupt. The most corrupt countries in the world are in the West. If a lot of us know what some of the Western countries have been doing to Africans, you got us some slack in a way. So for me, I think this might be opportunity for us to have that discussion. Which way, Africa? And somehow, I believe we are getting there gradually. Now, earlier in I think another space that I was in, a lot of there was a lot of anger on the judges. Give us judgment. I'm eager to hear that judgment. But hey, based on my little understanding of the law, the judgment that even if it comes up today, I do not see that judgment stopping Tinubu. I don't see it. Maybe you see Maxwell and other lawyers in the house, Barrister David and others who correct me. But even if there's a pronouncement that said, okay, Tinubu, you did not win that election, we nullify you, and Peter Obi was the right person, which is what I want, what all of us want. But Tinubu has a time to, what do you call it now? Appeal that judgment to the Supreme Court. And that is an ample time for Tinubu to still do the rubbish he is doing. So my point is, yes, we should mount pressure on judiciary to give us that judgment today. Let us know which way. But at the same time, we should look at Tinubu and look at the way to cripple, because this man is going to take us to a war that we never, ever plan. So my suggestion is the Northern senators came together and said, hey, we don't want you to go to this war. So if they find out that Tinubu is now indirectly through whatever ECOWAS treaty is trying to use that window to deploy Nigerian soldiers for a war that we have no business being in. Is it not? We have over about 58 58 senators in the Senate. That's a way over 50% from the northern belt of this region. And I'm sure a lot of senators in the southern belt too will not want this to happen as well. So how come those senators do not have the courage? Okay, they are on whatever recess. They can come out for matter of urgent importance and come out for whatever recess and come out and someone move a motion for impeachment of this man. That's what we should go for. Those judges on the northern belt should move in fact, for me, what could stop this tomorrow morning is that kind of move. And when such move happened from the northern belt, of course, some senators from the southern belt who have no, or especially from the opposition party, will jump on it, and then we get this man off the way, and we stop this war that in no way, there's no grammar. Someone will have to convince me how this is going to benefit Nigeria, because I don't see it. I've looked at it in everywhere. It's not going to help benefit Nigeria, not our status, not our economy, nothing. It's not going to benefit us. So the only way I see that this is can happen tomorrow morning is to get this man out of this place. And whoever gets into power tomorrow morning, next week, next year, Tinubu has to be probed and punished for this nonsense he has caused for these few months. Now, so we are not practicing democracy. We are not. I actually found that I think someone kind of like pointed what we are pronouncing is kakistocracy, really. It's not democracy, because the worst of us are in power, and that is the meaning of kakistocracy. Tinubu has no business whatsoever being there, close to it. And at this point, I am sure that if we call Nigerians, even most of the people that voted him have regretted it. So in rounding up, please, I want to be sure. I would like the lawyers in the house to help me. Does the judgment have, because I believe judgment should come out anytime soon, but this man has started making some moves. What could help us at this point? Can the judgment do that for us? Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate that. Let me quickly call on the next speaker, ID, Ido Israel. The space is yours. Go for it.
Yeah, Big Mac, good afternoon. It's been a while. Uh, I greet everybody on the space, all protocols duly observed. I really enjoy our conversation so far. It has really been enlightening for me and insightful. I just want to quickly, provide solution to the current situation in West Africa. As a peacekeeper, builder, I always, strongly believe that whatever the crisis is, there's need for, public diplomacy in order to find a lasting solution to the problem. And of course, I strongly hold that, at this juncture in the annal of history as Africans, it's high time that we, need African solutions to solve African problems. And this is important for the ECOWAS leaders right now to, understand that as a matter of urgency, they must embrace public diplomacy and stop yielding to the tune of the pipers in guise of Western interest. Why I'm saying this is the fact that we understand that there are a lot of interests attached to this ongoing instability in Niger, and we must come together as Africans and see how we can solve our problems by ourselves using our own, our own solution. So we shouldn't just run to the Western anytime we have problem, because they are not for our interest. They are for their own interest. And it's important that we know this, that using this Niger crisis as a case study, we understand that we have the, the own interest, we have the France, interest in it, and then we have the so-called, ECOWAS chairman's interest. So why can't we put all these interests aside and then let the interest of the people of Niger, proceed in this case, because we understand that the people are in support of the coup. And if they are not in support of the coup, then there can be other alternatives to provide solutions to the problem. So, but I see the way of just seeking, previous speaker rightly said, seeking legitimacy and then using these whole crisis to gain popularity, to gain people's sympathy or goodwill, which of course is not right in this stance. So I call on all African leaders to, as a matter of urgency, yield to the interests of the people. It is not about their own interests. It is about what the people want. And they must listen to the dictates of the people and stop running to the Western, the so-called superpowers to take decision or directive from them before they provide solutions to the African problem. I think that's just the only way we can solve our problem ourselves. I yield the mic.
Hi, Ido. Sorry. The place was mute for quiet for a few seconds. I wasn't close to my phone. I was rushing to come talk, then I heard Mark spoke. Thank you, though. But I will say this: I think you're addressing the wrong people. You should address Africa as a continent, the people of Africa, because the leaders are puppets.
Of course,
I'm not
it's
sure
to the
they have
African
the
people,
interest.
not the leaders, because they are. I'm sure
Good,
they won't listen.
not the
Yeah,
leaders.
yeah.
Thank you. We cannot be the leaders if we, as Africans, come, unite, and say, you know what, enough of this madness. All over Africa, all over the continent, enough of this madness. Sometimes I think that this virus in Villa is delusional. I think he thinks Nigeria is Russia. And even Russia, make they ask them how markets with Ukraine. I mean, how markets with Ukraine, even Russia themselves, how markets with Ukraine, 1 year still counting. They've not been able to take over Ukraine. Then you have problem. For how long did it even take before the war in Ukraine and Russia happened? There have been loads of negotiation, loads of discussions, and all of that. But your people, it could happen in a country that it's none of your business. None of your business. The people of that country are happy to have a sane person as president. But no, you that people don't like you in your own country want to invade another man's country, saying that you will not have coup in another country. When you are about to be overthrown, you are going, you're leaving, you're telling another country, you that did the same coup in your own country to become an illegitimate president. You're telling people that a coup cannot happen in Niger because it is your country, or what? I don't understand. So if Africans rise up, when I mean Africans that live in Africa and live outside of Africa, rise up and say enough of this madness. Call these people's bullshit out. Wherever you see them in all of this country, call them out. Tell them who they are. And stop voting them. Stop voting madmen. Stop voting imbeciles. Stop voting people that don't have empathy. Stop voting demons. Stop voting those that are not educated. Stop voting the worst of us. Put aside religion. Put aside your tribe. Put aside ethnicity, everything, and look at human being and say, you know what? This person deserves to lead me. And you'll see, if you have the likes of PO in 10 African countries, see, what's this man? Macron, who sits. We have several seats. I use India every day as an example. India will tell Americans, don't tell me how to run my country. Don't tell me who to trade with. Indians, this same India we're looking at, where people were laughing at, eating from the slums, all over the country, all over the continent in Africa, looking for how to fend. But now, Indians will sit on the table and say, you know what, I won't do this, I won't accept this. No, I'll vote who I want. You can't tell me what to do. I do what is beneficial to my people, not what is beneficial to the West. Why? Because they got it right. They voted who they wanted, and they voted who has balls. So look at these mad people in the face and say, you know what? Take care of your shit, and I'll take care of my shit. My country, my business. Your country, your business. You have loads of homeless people living on the streets in the US. How many of them have you found shelter for? None. Then you want to come to Africa and be giving aid that nobody asked you for. Nobody asked. We didn't ask you for the aid. The thieves, the politicians are the ones asking for the aid so that they will loot it. Do Nigeria look like any country that has been benefiting any aid from any country? Do we look like we are benefiting anything from these people? You are giving money to our politicians, and you know they're the one embezzling the money. And your staff who come to all of our continents, our countries in Africa, and embezzle the money, the aid you claim you're giving us, your people and our government are the one eating it, and you know. So we don't want you in our continent. If you want to come and invest in Africa, by all means come and invest, but you cannot tell us how to run our country or our continent. It is our country, our continent. We do what is best for us. We know what we want to wear. We know what we want to look like. We know the kind of economy, everything that is good for us, we know. So do not tell us how to run our shit. It is none of your business. Enough is enough. If you're here from France, US, UK, we do not want you to tell us how to run our shit. We don't. We are not illiterate. We are all up in your country, running your shit, inventing shit in your country. So you think we're not smart enough and you want us in your country? We're not smart enough, but you want us in your country to take care of all your old hags, men and women. So please, hold your age. We don't need them. We can take care of ourselves. Please, leave us alone. We did not vote Tinubu, and he's going to leave the office. If you like, use him. Let him be stupid enough to allow you to use him for the few more months he has to stay there. It is his business. But as for us in Africa, in this country, Nigeria, we don't want the war. It is none of our business. The people of Niger want the person that is leading them or ruling them. It's their shit to deal with. It is not our shit. So we do not want
Okay,
war.
Lamin, that's enough, please. That's enough, please. That is enough. Cut it out, please. We got 50,000 naira to collect from you. It's enough. I
I did
understand
not
you're
curse.
pissed.
I did not curse. Please,
I
I did not.
understand you're pissed. I understand you are upset, but that is not acceptable. We know that. Please. Let's keep it moving. 50,000 from you. SHIT is not a pleasant word. Let's keep it moving. I think the next person is Son of Man. Son of Man, you're right there. The space is yours. Go for it. Please, no cursing. Watch your word. We have kids listening to this space. Yeah, this is a
Well,
daytime space. So please, I beg of you.
we'll try as much as we can, in as much as we're all upset.
I know tempers are up. I know the frustration. I understand, but please, I beg of you guys, mind
So,
your utterances. Kids are listening. Parents are listening with their kids around. Please, I beg of you guys, calm the tempo down and let's try to make sure there's decorum. I beg of you. I beg of you. I understand. I totally do. Please. Go ahead, my brother.
well, Big Mag, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone, depending where you're spacing from. I'll try as much as possible. Whenever I'm angry, I try to slow down and maybe speak like someone who is battling with a pitch impediment. So I'll try as much as I can to gather my thoughts and try to pass my message, hopefully. Lamin, I understand what's going on, and we cannot, blame it on ourselves. It's usual that when things like this happen, emotions are flare up. So we understand where you're coming from, and then try as much as possible. Put yourself together and drink some water. Gather your thought together. And let's try to communicate. And thank you for everyone. One MMC. You guys have been doing amazingly well, and keeping on and holding forth together. Thank you all for your immeasurable contribution, and I pray that your reward will be made openly clear to everyone to see. Mr. Ebola, we all know that is meant for a disaster. It was going to be a disaster. And that's what he has represented over the time. His antecedents are there. And when people try to get and let the emotion get hold of them and do not judge forthrightly, that's what is meant to be. But this time around, Nigeria judged intelligently, dig as much as they could, put on their work, sacrificed whatever they needed to sacrifice, went to the poll and casted their vote, and they voted the right person, Mr. Peter Obi. And Mahmoud, in collaboration with some other powerful people who feel they have the country in their hand, subvert the will of the people in an open glare, brazenly, and stole the will of the people. Why people were trying to caution him and telling him to reveal it, notably, Dino Melai pointed out as some key members of other political parties. A man look into our face imperviously and tell of us to go to court because they already had everything sorted out according to them. And so here we are, less than 3 months down the line. We are in a deep mess like never before, constitutional crisis like never before. Our economies are in shambles like never before, and dissolution has beclouded the whole country. Worse still is that this evil man is taking us to a war that we have nothing to gain from, have nothing to do with us, and we will all lose. Because he wants to consolidate his criminal act, stolen mandate by placing the West. And so here we are. What are the way forward? Wait for the judiciary. There are intels that they already have their plan together, and information from 99% is that as of 3-4 days ago, France has already shipped equipment through O'Neill port to Nigeria. Yes, you heard me. France shipped their equipment, the war equipment. They don't want their own soldiers to die. They don't want to let their people into the war. So they are pushing these people who call themselves leader to war and getting our soldiers who obviously they are already overstretched to get them killed because one illegitimate guy wants to place them and consolidate his crime that he perpetrates, the coup he perpetrates against us and turn our constitution on its head. And so that is what is happening. And we will keep raising our voice, we'll keep speaking, and we'll tell the judiciary, if they like, they should, whatever is it that they are holding against them, that they want to repay Nigeria, use Nigeria as a ransom to pay a criminal. We will wait till that day. We have our plan together. And if the country needs to burn down, the country will burn down. And this country disintegrates, everybody go their separate way. Because if we're not going to respect and uphold our constitution, which is our binding principle, our charter that keeps us as a people together, then there is no country called Nigeria, and we cannot keep deceiving ourselves. And I believe the judiciary will do the right thing. But in case they do not do the right thing, they can kiss this country goodbye once and for all. And I'm happy that the northern elites who obviously see the gaps, that this guy is incompetent, is criminal, is there in their face. of religious sentiment, tribal affiliation, and whatever that they are going to benefit from it, their personal gain, they decided to go the way of Balaam. And here we are. And their region, unfortunately, for those who do not support him, they are going to be partaker first. Their region will be the first hit of this thing first. As at this afternoon, information is that the troop from Ojo Barak has been on their way to the border as we speak. I hope the judiciary will redeem this country, and if not, the country can go up in flame, and everybody, every region, go their separate way, and we can kiss it goodbye. That's what I have to say this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. Yes. Where's my girl, Dunke? Dunke, the space is yours. But 1 second, Dunke. Let's hear from Waimi. I think she has an information. Waimi, what you got?
Oh, I don't have any information. I just requested the mic because the space was beginning to sound depressing. Please,
exactly where me, my sister. That's why me too. I came up. Oh, Mark sounded as if we had taken his pocket money. I wasn't quite sure what was going on. You see, Mag, you made two of us come up.
I mean, many of us are outside the public. I don't think it's right for the space to be depressing. The next thing you know, now we'll miss our bus stops because we are thinking and we'll just get mad and snap at somebody in public. So please, when we request, I mean, you can follow Lamin's energy. So please, when you request the mic, it's too depressing. Please just try to put in life.
Thank you, Daddy. Wait me. That's why me too. I came up. Oh, I was like, Matt, what's going on, man? What is going on?
Wear a sweater. Take coffee. I don't know. Just please.
I know, Mag, go and have some coffee. We promise we'll behave ourselves.
Who is promising? Sorry, I didn't know that part.
I saw your tweet, Ngozi. I saw your tweet. I wrote day 76. You know what you wrote, right? I saw your tweet, Ngozi.
I don't have anything to say to anybody. All I'll tell you is that guy at Aso, he's going to leave and heavens will not fall. But please, I beg, try. Like I said, most of us are in public. We're listening with headphones. So we don't miss our bus stop and start thinking and our minds will wander away. At this point like this, conductor cannot collect my change. Or every 15 naira is very, very important to me. So please, try to put in more life. Thank you.
Okay, ladies. Thank you for that observation. Well noted.
You can drop.
Don't care. What you got?
Me now.
Yes, Mag. Just like Wayemi, I came up. It was because of you. I was like, what is going on with Mag? What? Like seriously, Mag, what time have you got? Me, on the other hand, I'm already past 10 p.m. I've crossed over to even further out. Just had some nice chicken and beer, Korean style. For all of you K fans, the K-drama fans, yeah, that's where I'm at the moment. It's all good. Like I know Lemine is mad and she's already sort of said kind of what I might have said. But yes, we just sort of get mad, you get angry. It's all the emotions that, one should get if you are truly passionate, about Nigeria and stuff. But, at a certain point, we've done our bit. We've pushed, we stood for the truth. We've said everything, we've begged. And we've done our bit, and it's up to them. It's like, they're the judiciary. If they decide, do you know what? I don't care. I just want the money in my pocket. I'm going to do what I want. It's all good. They have kids. They have grandchildren. Do you know what? Most of us, even we don't have a, what is it? We don't have a dog in this fight even as much. We support Peter Obi because he stands for the passion. Look, in the last 6 days, I've been through from Thailand to Vietnam to and now in Korea. These people have a minute amount of resources compared to what we have in Nigeria. And you should see how far their countries have gone. And I still stand by it that anyone who goes abroad and sees the things that other countries do with the little resources they have compared to what Nigeria has, and it doesn't prick you to say, I want my country to be like this, to be better than this, then you know what? The onus is on you. At the end of the day, actions have consequences. The judges should come up and show out what that action is. Actions have consequences. You are free to choose, but you are not free from the consequences of your choice. At the end of the day, whatever action they decides the fate of Nigeria. I mean, look, this man wants to take us to war. It's a distraction. Even a primary school child would tell you that a neighbor who has a coup managed to have a coup, a bloodless coup. The coup that Tinubu had in Nigeria killed people who their only crime was going out to vote. That bloody... Oh, excuse me. I'm very sorry, Mark. I didn't mean it. But I will drop my money. That ECOWAS did not come out and say, this isn't right. This isn't how it's supposed to be done. Those ECOWAS people, there are those of them that have been there for donkey years, saying that they're practicing democracy. There are those that are trying to truncate the law and get themselves into third term. Come on. It's a joke. It's a joke. Who takes them seriously? Nobody takes them seriously. At the end of the day, do you know what? There's no even point putting out energy towards Tinubu and his war. He should go to war. It's fine. Go. Sure, he wants to go to war, ba? War na child's play, abi? Go to war. Tinubu, clap is the way to go. You see those Senate, those accidental prayers. Let's see where do we see money to be sending themselves prayers in emails very soon. We will see. Because you all know that even when they assign themselves that they're going to war, all they're going to do is chop money. They can never not chop money. They are thieves. They are, you know what we call kleptomaniacs? They are kleptomaniacs. They can't see money and not chop. Were we not on the same Twitter when they were chopping Sudan money? Was it not here? Our children were in danger in Sudan. Those people still managed to find how to chop money for evacuation money. You are telling me they will not chop money for the Niger war? Haba, no be Niger. Please. So please, just like Wayemi said, I also only actually came up because first, Mag, not cool, man. You were too, drink coffee, Mag, drink coffee. You know? And Lamine that was trying to sort of at least put some energy in it, you were disturbing my girl. I will settle her bill. Me, I did one, okay? I'm not saying anyone should come and curse. Some of us are like, that's our specialty and all that. But please, just like Wayemi said, I beg. Let's close the space if we're going to stand down because we have nothing to sound down about. We have fought a good fight. We are still fighting a good fight. Ooh, that, what do you call it? That billboard was out of this world. Whoever sort of designed that thing, kudos, man. That thing is large. But, we're doing our bit. Our conscience is clear. They should do whatever suits them. Is all good. Actions, consequences. Sure, you saw my tweets today, ba? I've said it. Okay? Collect the money. But let me tell you, you will never spend a penny of that money. Enjoy. It's blood money. Blood money isn't just the fact that you picked up a gun or something and shot somebody. If you take money that you know where that money came from, that money is depriving Nigerians. That money is causing people to jump off the bridge. That money is causing that beautiful girl, a few days short of becoming a doctor, to get squashed by an elevator in Lagos. That money is killing people daily in Nigeria. Take it. Chop it. We will see. No problem. Action, consequences, all good. Everybody cheer up. It's all good. Nobody can live forever. Thank you. I'll go back to my K-drama now. I'm actually living. I'm right here. I haven't seen any actors yet though.
sorry. Oh. So please allow Lamine, let her, I beg. And please, anybody that is going to speak again, try. Go and eat ginger. Clear your throat. Don't come here and sound all depressing, I beg. Life is already depressing as it is.
Okay, guys, ladies, I get what you guys are saying, but here's the deal. I don't have a problem with Lamine expressing her anger or how she feels, but the rule is the rule. Do not say curse words. That is the only thing I'm after. I never said she should not express herself. I never said she should not speak how she feel. It's allowed. That is why we're here. But when you keep using curse word back to back to back, I mean, come on, guys. What are we talking about? We might as well then not set standard. We might as well just say anything we want and say how we want it. I'm a master at it. I mean, I live in a society where it comes out like boom, boom, bam. It's not a big deal for me to say it any which way, anyhow you want it. I can twist it, turn it, mix it and say it anyhow. But come on, it is the standard. Let's understand. If we can't hold ourselves accountable, then any other person will come up here and do whatever they like. That is just my own. I'm not against her speaking. I know how she speaks. I love how she speaks. But that aspect of it, I mean, let's be realistic. That's just all I'm after. Nothing else. I mean, yeah, the room might be down for a little bit. Let's spice it up. I agree with you. I mean, I've been up since 1 a.m. my time. This is 8 a.m. There's sometimes I have to go down. My tempo has to be down. And, that's why we have co-hosts. I mean, say it, call it out, take it from there. Give me the time to get myself back up. It's allowed. So I don't want to be on a space and I feel like I'm half asleep or I'm drowsy. Call me out, say it, I understand. Totally get it. I appreciate you, ladies, but let's keep it moving. Thank you all for your observation, and I probably would do better. Um, what's next? Ernest. NX, you're next. Take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon. First, I want to really appreciate 1MMC for the immense work you guys are doing. A lot of these things are done out of inconvenience. Some of us just come in when it's convenient and talk and then go. But I really want to appreciate you guys. That billboard is loud, is epic. Honestly, when I saw it, I was just like, wow, this is amazing. Thank you so much. More grace, more grace. I just wanted to sort of re-echo. I was with Steve Space yesterday, in the night. I wanted to re-echo what one of the speakers said and then just add to it concerning what is happening now. You know that as a storyteller, as someone that is like a custodian of a principle of a people, someone that is sort of proud of some things that your ancestors have done. They might not be so fantastic. But what is happening right now, you just begin to wonder, what is this guy trying to do? Because it's almost like, calling, just destroying all the, labors of the heroes past. And I'm looking like, what's this guy? Look at it from historically. Nigeria has always stood for the parts of, on the side of Africa. No matter how complex the situation is, they will find a way and figure out the interest of Africa. That is Nigeria for you. It has always been like, this is not the first time that it has always been complex. You have the West, you have the East. It has always been a complex issues in Africa, the political terrain and all that. But Nigeria has always found a way to figure out the interest of Africa and fight for that interest. I just want to quickly read the Nigerian foreign policy This is from Wikipedia. It said Nigerian foreign policy has been characterized by a focus on Africa as a regional power and by attachment to several fundamental principles: African unity and independence, capabilities to exercise hegemonic influence in the region, peaceful, this is, in fact, I repeat, peaceful settlement of disputes, non-alignment, and non-intentional interference in the internal affairs of other nations, and regional economic cooperation and development. So I'm wondering, where is this guy getting where he's, I mean, this guy is just coming. He's really an outsider. I don't even consider him in Nigeria. This Ebola guy. So this is how strangers behave. They just come and they don't understand. They don't listen. They don't read the room. The same way he mentioned, the same way he said subsidy gone with no plan, no strategy, no intelligence that is backing it, and he's fronting a war because obviously, he wants to protect himself. So historically, look at Nigeria. Nigeria supported ANC in South Africa, during the apartheid system. In Angola, Nigeria supported there's a political party called MPLA against the UNITA. This MPLA, for proper context, UNITA that Nigeria was against was supported by China and later by the United States. So this is not the time that is to be complex. But Nigeria went ahead and supported MPLA because it was for the interest of Nigeria. Even the MPLA was partly supported by the Soviet Union then. And then in Namibia, Nigeria supported the government against the apartheid system that was like an offshoot from South Africa government. In 1977, OBJ donated $20 million to support the Zimbabwe against the apartheid system of the Rhodesians. So you look at it, it's been like that, like that, like that. Even in Mozambique, Nigeria also supported the interest of Africa when there was even a time that there was a white minority oppression in Zimbabwe. Nigeria was also supporting the interest of Africa, standing for Africa all the time. And this has given us that big brother. It has given us, there is this intangible value that is attached to Nigeria, that no matter how much our economy, no matter how much we've not done well, we walk with that pride. The fact that when you walk in a room, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, your head is lifted high. And when you engage, every other person listens to you. It's because of this historical antecedent of Nigeria. But this guy is coming because what happens now is that you are useless in yourself and they will call you bluff. That's what is happening now. Let's not even talk about what the West, and you are fighting, obviously, because the West have whatever they have on you, and now you are their beck and call. This is this same West that all they do is to exploit Africa. All they do is for their own interest. Nothing. Do you know right now that IATS has just increased their fees? IATS. So you are making Africa like a factory that keeps supplying everything to your country. You are making it like a kitchen. But you don't want these people that owns this kitchen to even visit your country. You are denying them visa every day. They will keep paying money. Go and check the data of those of US visa denial. It's all-time increase last year, and this year it has gone the same route, and the year has not even ended. You are denying them visa, but this is the kitchen. This is the so-called factory that is supplying you all whatever that is powering your country from every ramification, every aspect of the economy. So I'm wondering, why is African leaders not saying this? Now, this same IITS, for the record, do you know that Nigeria is one of the highest in terms of high proficiency of English? Highest in the world. But we are not still exempted from IITS. Now, if you compare Africa, no country in Africa is generally exempted for your information. But Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, they are one of the highest in terms of English proficiency. The data is there, the ranking is there. But do you know that Caribbean country that's just like Africa, most of them are exempted from what's it called, IATS and the rest. They are exempted. But when it comes to Africa, the treatment, because of the way the leaders are presented themselves, they treat you like they are giving you handout. So there's no dignity in how they deal with you. And now, you want to keep, you don't want these people to maximize their resources for themselves. You don't want them to develop themselves, but you want their resources at the same time. Okay, since you want their resources, I don't want them. Let it be that this is their kitchen and your country is their sitting room. Why don't you just open the door? But you locked it with all the policy. Look at the other time. They've stopped Nigerians from bringing dependents to the UK because they've seen it that it's beginning to affect them, whether in their economy or whatever. It's beginning to affect them. And the one thing that I know about these guys is that immediately it start telling on them in any way, their interests cannot be compromised. They act immediately. But you see African countries, you see African leaders that we have, these guys, they go and they keep bending their back for this Western country. And it's sad. It's really sad because, I'm just looking at the entire data, what is happening in Africa right now. And so I want to say that one of the things I want to sort of recommend, is it possible for short term for Nigerians in diaspora, whether in US, UK, France, just like I think we did something similar during, I think at some point in this movement, where you write to the lawmakers, pressurize them, talk about what is happening, just put your thoughts in words, because one thing that happens is that these guys, they're in charge of the media. Nothing goes out. There's been intelligence report that they want this guy to do their bidding, and whatever he does, they will ensure the media does not call them out. So I'm thinking, if we can begin to write to them, to their lawmakers, whether in the US or in UK or in France, wherever you are, begin to call these people out. That's for the short term. And for the long term, for me, I think that it's time for African youth to come together. Let's start with West Africa. The truth is that ECOWAS has legitimacy because we subscribe to it. It's because there is a contract on understanding. That is why they are doing what they are doing. Maybe it's time because if we form a bloc, like a pressure group, we can begin to speak to this issue and begin to, if ECOWAS is saying they are going mad, then the African youth, they will have their own bloc and begin to, until we fully take over these systems and these establishments. That's for the long term. But for the short term, I think that, however, in addition to whatever that's been recommended and will still be recommended, if there's a way we can call out these people, maybe even a peace walk, this thing is not going to be one particular silver bullet. It's going to be a series of silver bullets that we're going to apply. But I think we need to, because like somebody said, even when the judiciary kick out this guy, he will still be able to appeal, and I think he still have up to October or so for the how many days, so he can still do these people's bidding, however it is. And the truth is that the consequences will be generational. So we want to avoid it by all means possible. So that's just what I wanted to add. And I also want to say that this is also the time for our LP legislatures to begin to ask questions about Nigerians in Niger. Because this guy, the France now, from news, they've already started pulling out their people, but nobody's talking about that because this guy has gone mad. For me, I don't know if he's going to. I don't think this is just a backing. I think the interest is too much. The invested interest in this Niger. I think that they'll go ahead and do whatever they want to do. But we need to protect ourselves. We need to protect our people. And we need to find a way to be able to mitigate this their madness. However, short term, let's begin to speak. If you are in places that are well placed, right? This was what was done even in the 60s when we were fighting for independence, 50s and the rest. Right to these people in places. For the long term, I think it's time we have a block. Don't be afraid of infiltration, but let's start something, because I know they will always want to infiltrate, but let's start something. So that's my submission. I just thought to add to the conversation. Thank you so much. I yield the mic for now.
Thank you very much. Angel, where are you? Anyways, Lamine, are you there?
Mark, let me come in.
Yeah,
I
I'm
need
here.
to catch a flight.
Oh, Steve. All right,
Guys,
Steve. Guys, 1 second, real quick. Let's allow Steve go. Steve, what's up, man? Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. First, let me apologize to those I met here. Mr. Davis, David, I want to quickly chip in before I leave. Greetings, everybody. Mark, thank you. All love from here. Updates I'm getting is unnerving. It looks like these guys are not backing down. And I like the way you framed the topic. Nigerians deserve better. A war is not an option. But I listen to, is it Channels TV and the papers, Punch and all these papers, the way they are reporting to Nigerians is a little bit like they've been doing with the PEPT. They're basically telling people, oh, standby force been said to be ready. They're not informing Nigerians that military personnel and equipment are being moved into another country who is a sovereign nation that does not want them there. They are also reporting that the entire population does not want anybody to interfere. I don't know what they know. Maybe there's something we are not being told. But it's either they are really mad or they are crazy. One of the two. I don't also understand what they think. Let's assume without the benefit of that they maybe are high on something cheap. They go into Niger, they remove the government. Okay, what happens next? They put Bazoum if he survives it somehow. Okay, what happens next? They leave? Oh, no, they can't leave. So they occupy the country to make sure their president stays and survives, right? Did these people look at Iraq or Syria or any of these countries at all? Are the African leaders crazy? I think they are. But in any case, I just don't know why there is no, why we are all not, it's just like the election day. That's what I'm saying. We're just thinking this is a joke or there's a paralysis about it. What do we do? I think we should call this out. I think we're about to get into an uncharted territory. I just made a tweet and said, war is easy to start. It's hard to predict, hard to stop, hard to calculate the cost. Once the first shot goes off, all bets are off. So, because of I'm about to catch a flight, let me stop so far. I'll come back when I can. But I'm concerned, Mark. Really, really concerned.
Steve, I feel you. So we're all concerned, and we know war is never the best way to resolve conflicts. No conflicts or dispute has ever been resolved on the war front. And especially with the situation of things right now, it is so despicable that we have to talk about this. And this is about somebody that does not even know his left from right. You know, we have to speak out. We have to really talk about it. We have to make that noise. I saw a poster and I put it up on the jumbotron where there would be a match. You see, it says African demands and hands off Niger. Stand with Niger. You know, I think this is a good way to start. We need to come together, like the other speaker before Steve said. The ECOWAS youth they need to form a coalition, come together and speak, to the world that they are against what certain rulers or certain leaders are doing. So they should allow ECOWAS, should allow the region, the youths, the states, the ECOWAS states to decide what they want for themselves and not let the Western world decide for them. I think this is something we need to look up to. And the lady that was at your space yesterday, I would like us to have a joint space together. It is something that we need to do as a matter of urgency. I think, Steve has dropped. Yeah, so we need to try to speak up and make this known as soon as we can, because it's not funny. It is so not funny. So thank you, Steve. Thank you for chiming in. Have a safe flight, and we would reconnect. Sorry, guys. We really had to just take Steve and hear from him because he had a flight. He has to catch a flight. All right, let's keep this going. Who is supposed to go next? I think David. David Brand, you've been here for a minute. The space is yours, David.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me. I want to appreciate all of you for what you've been doing.
I can't hear David. Is anyone hearing him?
Yeah, I can hear him. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear David, so maybe the fault is from your side.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Angie, I'll have to bring you down and bring you back up. I can hear him as well.
No, it was Lamin. It wasn't NGO.
Okay. Sorry about that. Lamin, I have to do that. Angie, my
thank
bad.
you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak. I just want to appreciate everyone far away in Australia here, and I've been following spaces and following what the Obedient Movement has been doing. Very remarkable. I just want to come from a different angle. I know we are all worried about this war, what's happening, why is it acting this way. But I just want to try and point out to us that what is happening actually has a deep undertone. If you look through all the experiences we have had all through this election period, there are so many comments that we all laugh about, tweet about, read, and we just think that they are just being said for saying it. Someone did say that a Saul was going to come and we attacked him. But this is what we are saying now. This particular Saul, if for those of us who are Christians, if you have read the Bible, you will know very well that Saul became possessed with a devil. And even when David was playing music to help him, he still wanted to kill David. So when people begin to say, these people are mad, I see war is coming, we are at the edge, they are not listening, this is that spirit that we are seeing. And we shouldn't be afraid, because the end of Saul, he went into a war and he didn't come back. So it's going to happen. Besides the fact that this man has the spirit of Saul, I also see the spirit of Pharaoh in him. He disobeys anything. He doesn't listen to anyone. And the end of Pharaoh was in the Red Sea. There's also the spirit of Nebuchadnezzar on this man, who claims to have built Lagos. I built this, I built that, I have this. Oh, we need his brain, not his body. Look, Nebuchadnezzar said that he built so much and God turned him into an animal. This man is behaving like that, like an animal. And the worst of it all is that he has the spirit of Satan. And Satan knows that his time is short. So be hopeful, obedience. This man's time is short. That's why he's doing all these things. You can see him going at at a speed of light, trying to do anything to destroy the whole place before Peter will come in. So that is what he is trying to do. You remember very well, those of us who are Christians, that Samuel gave an instruction to Saul to wait, because he was the one anointed to do the sacrifice. But Samuel could not wait. It is the same thing as this delay that we are seeing with the judiciary. As they are delaying and delaying, then this Saul went ahead to be doing all this rubbish. At the end of the day, God took the whole kingdom from him. So all these things you are saying, they are things that are there for our learning. I'm telling you the truth, that this war is going to come. As much as we all are afraid, we don't want war, people are going to die. Remember, there have been a lot of prophecies here and there. Many of us don't believe. But if this war does not come, this evil person that you are seeing will not go down. And this is God's plan to pull him down. The people of Nigeria have been praying and asking that there should be no war. But God wants the war to come to pull this man down. Remember that when you turn Africa the other way, Nigeria is the trigger. But Nigeria does not want to trigger this whole thing, because Peter Obi is a cool-headed person. We have so many of our family members in that place, and we don't want anything untoward to happen to anyone. So if God sees that as an opportunity to charge the next nation at the border of Nigeria, which is close to the trigger, this trigger must happen. And that is the only thing this man will hear. When a nation that is undermined or underestimated like Niger teaches him a lesson of his life that pulls him down, he would not learn. So I just want to encourage everyone, those of us who are mourning now, the mourning in Nigeria is hitting everybody. Listen, let me tell you all. You see, until we all in Nigeria become united in one goal, we can't pull down this man. This economic downturn we are seeing is going to unite everybody. The Bible said, mourn with those who are mourning. It means that when there is mourning, everybody should mourn at the same time. And it says you should rejoice with those who are rejoicing. Those are two situations that bring people together. The situation, this economic downturn and the troubles that this man is causing is going to unite everyone. And that trigger must be pulled. I think that is the angle I'm going to come from. It's not nice, it's not sweet, it's not so encouraging to say. But this man is possessed with a devil. Others have said it. He is mad. He is not listening to anybody. He is being pursued by an evil spirit. Even those who are around him, who have walked with him, he's going against them. Look at what he's doing to the Northerners now, bringing war to them. So that is what is happening. I just want to encourage everybody to brace up. The luck we have is that we have someone that God selected out to turn all of these things around. And I met this man in 2011 or 2012. I was a medical student, and I was rejoicing, and I was wishing and feeling pained that he was not the governor of my state. I'm from Delta State, and he came to speak to us medical students in one of these first NMA programs or so. When Peter Obi was speaking, I was crying within me. All my classmates, we were wishing, why is this man not our governor? I never knew that God had programmed that man to come out at this point in time. That is the luck we all have. I'm just wondering, if there had not been a Peter Obi, what would have become of us? So these people will keep turning us around like this, and they will kill us whenever they like. So we are lucky that God selected this man at this time. So I just want to encourage everyone. It's not a sweet one to say, but this war is going to come. The last speaker, before he took his flight, said the feedback he's hearing. He thinks that channels and all the other news stations are carrying wrong news. They are actually mobilizing to the borders. And they are telling a lie that is not what they are doing. So what is going to happen is going to happen. My prayer is that our family members and all the innocent people that we have in our nation will not go down with this evil man. But the end of this man, it has to end terribly. If you look at it, even the National Assembly that we are saying, why would they not call this man to order? They are in the same line. They are all possessed with the same spirit. They mock us. Look at what Ababi was saying. They all mock us. They are sharing prayers, sharing money when all of these things are happening. So it shouldn't beat your imagination. If God does not harden the heart of Pharaoh to the point that he lost his first son, he would not have released the children of Israel. And even after releasing the children of Israel for a while, he pursued after them until he went into the Red Sea and he died there. And what was the next thing? There was rejoicing. So the rejoicing, which is the second part of that scripture that I tried to quote, that when people are rejoicing, join them to rejoice, is another means that God is going to use to unite us all together. I have seen people tweeting, Tinubu will be removed and nothing will happen. And I've always responded, something will happen. When Tinubu is removed, rejoicing will happen. Don't say nothing will happen. That's a wrong statement. That nothing will happen, because everything we think about is negative. That if he's removed, nothing will happen, meaning that they will not cause chaos. Something must happen. Even those who wanted to cause chaos, they will join in the rejoicing. So be encouraged, everyone. It's going to be a tough one, but this is going to be his finality. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, David. I don't know how the queue is going. Please, if you want to say something, if you want to speak on the space, please just raise your hand so that I'll know you're ready to speak. Otherwise, I'll have to drop you to bring other people up. Thank you very much. So I'll take David, Celebrity Housewife, Ayodeji, then Rookie. David, Celebrity Housewife, Ayodeji, and Rookie. Thank you. David, the space is yours.
Thank you, Lamine. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to, in my own little way, clarify the position of the ECOWAS Treaty and the Nigerian Constitution, how they relate back to back in matters like this. Okay, first of all, it is important to note that Article 89 of the treaty clarifies that among the 15 member states, up to 9 member states must be in agreement for any action to be made under the provision of the treaty itself. So, but then Article 89 further clarifies that these member states must obviously gain approval from their own separate countries, a parliament, if you like, as based on the constitution of their separate countries. So the question is, have Tinubu asked for approval from the Nigerian parliament? Well, yeah, that has been asked. The parliament has rejected it. The unfortunate situation here is that out of the 15 member states, 9 is required, and Nigeria is just one of the 15. So if the other 9 had agreed to take whatever measure that they need to take, to Niger, Nigeria, unfortunately, will just tag along. And that's why I said before that, unfortunately, going by the but that the ECOWAS treaty, the Nigerian executive government position right now is just like going by the ECOWAS treaty itself. So, but please let us not be concerned because by Section 5, subsection 4.5, Section 4 and 5 of the Nigerian Constitution, the Nigerian executive government cannot go to war or deploy our military in a foreign, combat without the express approval of the Senate. Even subsection 5 says in an urgent national security matter, though the executive government can deploy a very limited amount of our Nigerian military arsenals, to protect our territorial space, the executive government still need to make that request from the parliament, and the parliament have 14 days to respond. So the parliament either response says yes or no, and if they do say no, then obviously the executive government have to withdraw our military arsenal. So I just suspect that Bola Tinubu the escalating probability of this war coming to our shores may force Bola Tinubu to go back again and make that request from the parliament. And maybe perhaps the parliament will be too scared now to say, oh, well, this whole thing is coming to our shore now, so maybe we should deploy our military and all that. That's why I am hoping that the judiciary would make that ruling as quick as possible so we can kick this man out of that place. Because, yes, I think that he want to use ECOWAS, like I said, ECOWAS is a 15-member state. 9 is required for them to make any decision to do anything, within any of the ECOWAS member state countries. So since 9, it seems like 9 of them have already agreed on what they will do, and Bola Tinubu may just be hoping that their intervention would drag this conflict close to Nigerian shores, and then he will make that request again to the Nigerian parliament and probably get an approval this time. So that's just my only concern, and I hope that the judiciary will make a decision on time, and hopefully we can. But here's what we can do. Do we know that the ECOWAS court is in Abuja, and the ECOWAS treaty, which Nigeria is, obviously a signatory to, is interpreted by the ECOWAS court. What can we do as Nigerians, and indeed through the influence of many other West African countries? In my opinion, we can also take advantage of the ECOWAS treaty and see where we can have the ECOWAS court interpret the ECOWAS treaty in our favor. I don't want to begin to speak to bits and bobs there, but the ECOWAS court is in Nigeria. Though some of my colleagues think that the ECOWAS court, is pretty weak, but it's the ECOWAS court. It was established by that framework. So, and we can take advantage and make our intentions clear, by, if you like, an assembly to the ECOWAS court. And so on and so forth. So anyway, that's just all I wanted to say. So can we also get our friends and people around these other ECOWAS countries who don't even want this war informed, so we can at least create some sort of pressure to the ECOWAS court and see if we can even get this whole thing resolved through there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, David. I haven't been following for a long time, so I don't know who is supposed to be next. Lamin, are you there? I should just call anyone. Wouldn't make sense. Lamin is not there. Okay, so I'll just make a new queue. Let's hear from Rookie. Rookie, then Ayodeji, then Ajogu. Rookie, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hi,
Oh, okay.
I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I actually requested the mic when David Brand was actually speaking. I just before I start, let me just say good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, host, for the opportunity to speak. Well, quickly, my own submission is not actually much. I just want to say something. When Mr. David was saying, David Brand was actually speaking, was saying that maybe the war is actually of God in order to take out Mr. Bat from the throne. And I felt that actually did not go down well with me. So I just want to just say this. I know we all in Nigeria, especially part of Africa, we are these spiritual people and we believe everything. When it comes to God, 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 we actually believe. I just want to say it out there, make this clear that God is actually not God does not actually have anything to do with war. When war comes out, it's actually our actions. Actually, INEC had the opportunity not to make Tinubu to be on the ballot, but INEC decision make Tinubu to be on the ballot, and the result of Tinubu being on the ballot and was fraudulently made our president as what made us to be experiencing this thing that we're actually seeing today, and this drum of war that is actually drumming now. So it is not actually God, but actually the consequences of man. So now that we actually have this now, let's not just keep quiet and just fold our hands and say that it is God. Anything that God wants to do, nobody can change it. It is God, it is God. No. So let's keep speaking and let's keep finding out any opportunities that we can actually do to stop this, if we can actually stop it before it actually goes out of hand. Because if the war eventually happens, everybody in Nigeria, not only in Nigeria, everybody will actually suffer from it, because it will hinder a whole lot of things. Our life will be on a hold, and many people will just go for it because it's actually not needed in the first place. This war is not needed in the first place. If we look at it very well, the country that they want to go and fight, the people are actually okay with it. So I believe that it's because of their selfish interest, some people's personal selfish interest, that is actually instigating this and actually putting pressure on Bat to actually go for this war. So if there's any way we can actually stop this, we as a people should come together and stop it by all means, and not just fold our hands and say that because it is God, nothing can change it. Please, God is not involved in war. And God will not actually use words to correct his children. It's just like saying a couple giving birth to a child, and because the child poo-poo on his or her body, then the couple will now say that because you poo-poo, I will kill you or I will cut off your leg. It is not done that way. They will actually pick up the child and wash up the poo-poo and dress up the baby again. So these are, if it's like this with humans, how much more with God? God will not kill anybody just to make sure he wants to correct somebody. No, God will not push anybody to war. So war is not of God. Please, let's throw away that idea. War is not of God. It's actually the consequences of man's action. Our choices is what actually brought this war upon us. Tinubu is what brought this war upon us, not really God. Thank you. That's my submission. Eshe, thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you so much, Ruki. Yeah. Action, consequences. God did not ask us to go and invade Niger. God did not say Russia to go and invade Ukraine. These are human factors. So God has nothing to do with it. I mean, about time that we stop doing this. If God say Nigeria will be good, if God say Tinubu will be president, it's not true. God did not vote him. It was INEC who imposed Tinubu on us. So God has nothing to do with this. So I think I said Rookie. I can't remember. I'm sorry. Ayodeji, celebrity housewife. So I guess so. Ayodeji, space is yours.
Yes. Good afternoon from my side of the planet. Am I audible?
Yeah, go on.
Hello. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning and good evening to you. Your time zone is different from mine. Okay, so jokingly, I would disagree on the issue of God not wanting war and so on and so forth, but that is not even my topic of discussion. You know, generally, I believe that when a person is headed for destruction, he discountenances any kind of caution, and it's obvious that is the line that Tinubu is taking at this point. And he's not only taking that line in person, he's dragging a lot of people along with him. Gladly, the Senate goofed just recently. We heard when the Senate president said on live TV that they are sharing money to enjoy their holidays and things like that. A lot of things have been happening in recent times that is making Nigerians feel the reality of the kind of people that we have in government. And now, I think for the first time in a very long while, you can see that even the foolishness that descended upon those that decided to follow the Agbados, I think to a large extent that foolishness is beginning to wipe off their face when they are seeing what is about to transpire. This war is an eye-opener to a lot of people. First, the fact that we have Nigerians in the Nigerian army, the fact that we have Nigerians living in Niger, we have Nigerians who are actually in what's it called now? Who have taken solace in Niger. They are what's it called now? The displaced people who are displaced in Nigeria who have found a residence in Niger, and this war is going to be Nigeria waging war against itself. Matthew chapter 12 verse 25 says, "A house that is divided against itself shall not stand." So it's obvious that we don't have a president, we don't have a leader in the person that is at the helm of affairs in Nigeria. All we have is a placeholder, a misplaced placeholder for that matter. And this war is making that obvious to a lot of people. So what do I see playing out? The war might come, the war might not come, but eventually this would be a case of people revolting against the establishment. And for me, I believe it's a win-win situation because whether the judiciary likes it or not, they would be forced to give the right judgment because nobody wants to die, as a matter of fact. They also have their own people who will be affected. And like somebody rightly said, when war begins, your opponents will not, they won't face you like they want to be gentle or kind with you. They will target the things that will pain you the most. So what are we talking about? We're not even talking about the northern borders, the northern states that borders Niger. We're looking at major capital states like Lagos, like Abuja, the seat of power, like Port Harcourt, where we have oil deposits, like Akwa Ibom, and those are the states that these guys will target, whether we like it or not. And that in itself, the Senate president, thank God, is from Akwa Ibom. So if they like, let them go ahead and say they have given sanctions to him to actually lead the military. Russia will have a reason to target the state. Let all of these people, the chief of staff is from Lagos. Lagos is the seat of the economic capital of Nigeria. They will target Lagos. I don't think these people are thinking. They are not being sensible. They are not being wise about whatever decision they are taking. And so, as much as we are praying against the war, we should continue praying. We should continue hoping for the best. But at the same time, let us begin to prepare as though we know that we have somebody who is well bent on his own personal destruction and is willing to pull the whole nation along with him. And let's begin to prepare and plan towards it. How do we prepare and plan? What measures do we have to put in place? How do we safeguard against some of the impact or what's it called now? Repercussion of all of these their steps that they are taking. I think we need to start thinking. I think we need to start preparing and planning. We could say that this is not going to happen. We could make a lot of advocacies and so on that this does not happen. But eventually, if it does, how prepared are we as a people? We know our leaders are not prepared. We know our military is not prepared. Nigerian military is almost bankrupt because of the kind of wickedness that exists as leaders in Nigeria. They don't even have ammunition. They are depending on foreign powers to give them ammunition. We are so broke as a nation that we can't afford to go to war even against terrorists within our own land. And then we want to go into a full-fledged international warfare. Is that not foolishness on the part of whoever it is that is leading this course? So I think for us as people, there is a need for us to begin to think on how do I cushion the effect of a possible war. If you look at the comment section, I wrote something. I said, brace for impact. War is coming. I'm not being a prophet of doom. I'm just saying it to awaken us to the realities that we are being faced with as a result of this wickedness that calls himself the president of Nigeria at the time. The judiciary, we cannot stop mounting pressure on them. And then in mounting pressure on them, I think we should also begin to let them realize how this is going to affect them and their families too. For those of them that think they are taking their children abroad and their children are safe, nobody is safe anywhere. Whether we like it or not, nobody is safe anywhere. For as long as you are a Nigerian, anywhere you are in the world, it will affect you one way or the other. You have family members that are here, you have there is a lot of impact. So we please need to start thinking of all of these things and start taking possible measures to adapt or to cushion the effect of all of these things. That's the much I just want to quickly say. Sorry, I have been out of spaces for quite a while. I resumed a job in Akwa Ibom, so I'm actually I'm in an area where network is on and off, but it's good to hear from all of us again. Thanks, 1MMC. I think it's a magnific deal that is behind 1MMC today. Thanks, Lamin, and thanks, Ngozi, for hosting and co-hosting the space. I yield the mic.
Yeah, it's Mark that is behind 1MMC today. Thank you so much, Ayodeji. We have okay, let me take another cue. After Celebrity Housewife, we have Ajogo, we have Ejikeme, then Nathan, Legacy. Yeah, in that order. Angie, please, where are you? Celebrity Housewife, the space is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I throw a salute to everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are spacing from. So I'll go straight to the topic about war. You see, war is certainly not an option for Nigeria and Nigerians now. We're not going to allow any kind of power-hungry, desperate, illegitimate, INEC-imposed president to push this country into war with a neighboring country. Because the truth is, the man we have in Aso Rock today is very much aware that he did not win election. He's also aware that the world now sees him as an illegal president, and hence he's on safe romance with France and the other Western countries just to appease them. I want to encourage every Nigerian, every well-meaning Nigerian, keep focused, remain focused. We know what the major issue is. Keep pushing with the message of eyes on the judiciary. Now that won't be the most important issue we get at hand for now. You can see already how the message is shocking the Agbadorians. Now they see the way they cry profusely everywhere when they come across these eyes on the judiciary. Not see the way they cry profusely like picking when they collect lollipop from their hand. And we never even start. So let's saturate everywhere with the message. As I say, men will not sleep. All of us go do vigilante job. We open eye sleep. We open eye down. Nobody go sleep. Because We have a lot of issues to address as a nation, yet our leaders pretend as if there are no issues. Plus, say we get one president that is so desperate to send our military to Niger to intervene. Intervene for what? They don't deal with the insecurity issues. Wait, did this country finish before they won't go fight for Niger? It's just a case of crying more than the bereaved. Yes. Because the people of Niger, you see them everywhere celebrating the action of their military. There is no bloodshed in the process, no killing of innocent citizens, or things like that. The people are ready to work with the present military leaders. They are so happy. So why is the hijacker of Aso Rock helping them to cry? I mean, they mistake Niger for Lagos. And he does not, he said that he does not know the difference between being the president of Nigeria and being the leader of ECOWAS. Nigerians deserve a better life. No doubt. Nigerians deserve constant power supply, good roads, quality healthcare and education, accountability from the people that are representing us at different levels of government. Advanced technology already. Countries where they get better leaders, where they get brain, they invest into technology and other things. The people that are sitting, occupying the seat of power in Nigeria today, are not even talking about anything positive. Of course, they will leave when the time comes. We deserve secured and organized environments. This and more, we deserve. And we have everything required to enjoy these things. But unfortunately, we have principalities and powers as our leaders. So Tinubu and his gang should not confuse us with irrelevant issues and put us at loggerheads with our neighbors. War is not an option. Nigerians should breathe. And when they say make Nigerians breathe, we need to breathe clean, fresh air. War is not an option. We deserve a good life. We deserve good leaders. All eyes on the judiciary. They should give us the date. I yield the mic.
Thank you, celebrity housewife. All eyes on the judiciary. Ojogu, then Ejikeme. Thank you, celebrity housewife.
Okay. Good day, everyone. First of all, Rookie made my point. I think Rookie was trying to make my point, and I want to just buttress on that. That God something did this one vision is a lie. I'm telling you, that is a lie. They're lying. There's nothing. If Nigeria goes to war, if we don't do the right thing, he will not be removed. That's why they say we should not protest. That when he comes there, somebody is going to remove him from military is going to come. They're all lying. These guys, they don't see anything. I think we don't come with this nonsense again. We are tired of hearing that nonsense. That one miracle is going to happen. We don't want miracles. We want to do it ourselves. We are tired of your miracles and your lies. I was hearing that. I was just getting crazy. Don't come with just hold your thoughts. Don't come because it looks like you guys are deceiving us with this nonsense. When we wanted to protest, they said we should wait. Military will come and in the next morning. Where's the military now? They say he will not come there. This one is saying, do you know how many prophecies we have had? You people are lying to us. We don't believe you people anymore. And the best you can do is just keep quiet. Don't come. If people are trying to find solutions to their problems, don't come with your hallucinations. That being said, no disrespect to anybody though, but that being said, for the war in Niger is really a sad one that this is going on, and of course it's just inexperience, right? I understand that it's ECOWAS versus versus Niger, and not Nigeria. It's not Nigeria versus Niger actually. It's ECOWAS, but Nigeria has a very big role to play. There's lobbying and everything to do to avoid this. There's diplomatic options. You give threats. You give threat, then you try to exploit them. Just that is crazy. It's just inexperience, arrogance of this man. He doesn't know how to play this game. You don't use threat. However, what I would say is, I think it's going to happen, and this is not the first time this kind of war has happened. ECOMOG has actually in Liberia, I think, also, and most of us are not even aware of how everything went down. But I don't see the impact is going to be much, but not military impact. I don't think. This is me just thinking. I could be wrong. I don't think Nigeria have enough resources to counter-attack. What the impact is that is going to happen to this thing is the impact on Nigeria is we're going to receive a lot of refugees. If it goes to a direct military conflict, I mean, we don't expect bombs and everything to be thrown, not like the conventional wars that we are thinking. But I think Niger is the poorest nation in the world, so we're going to have a lot of refugees in Nigeria. You can imagine a country who is already down. So they are not thinking about this action. Nigeria has a very big role to play in ECOWAS. Why didn't we make this move when Mali? If when Mali when the military took over in Mali, why didn't we make this move in Burkina Faso? Oh, so I'm just trying to understand why this is happening now. But I don't have anything to say, much to say. But all I want to say is the point I want to make is don't come here with those hallucinations again. We are tired of hearing it, because that's what we have been telling us since 1960. It has been equal better. One day is coming. Different sources and there are different hallucinations. We don't want to hear it. We want justice. Justice is you go and tell the judges that if they try to rig this thing, there will be repercussions. And yes, if they don't make it clear to everyone that the judgment must just give a fair judgment. We want to see. We want to explain. Of course, they can't even try anything on technicalities. That's even out of the place. But I've made my point, and that's what I have to say. Thank you all.
Sorry, thank you so much, Ojugo. Sorry. Ejikeme, the space is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Lamin, my sister. Thank you once again, the 1 million match crew, Ngozi, and all other distinguished members of this space. At some point, I felt, Lamin, I wasn't hearing you again, but thank God you came back. The here. Drug Baron Bola Tinubu would do anything to please paymasters, the West, for which he is a puppet. And then, of course, France. He goes to take it, where he goes right now, to have one medical assistance or the other, and where, of course, he goes for his continued ass licking. But I made a clear pathway and a clear suggestion, because it looks as though right now every politician from the northern extraction seems to be more patriotic than the rest of us Nigerians, simply because there is a war. Oh yes, there is a war coming to the north. So they are sounding their note of warning. If you check all their handles, even criminals among them, alleged criminals among them, everybody is now sounding like a very brilliant diplomat. Yes, all of a sudden, Nigeria and the issues of Nigeria have become, top in their front burner. It has come out from burner right now. Nobody wants war, especially the one at your backyard. Oh yes, you can see them. Ojus Okal, all of them, that will probably, if this wasn't happening, wouldn't even care about what is happening to Nigeria. But they see that this is going to hit bad. It is going to hit below the belt. It is going to destabilize their region. That is why they are coming out now. Not for love for country. No, 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 far from it. So, but however, you see, Onkolo's master can still go ahead with his war. Remember, our National Assembly have made it very clear. And our National Assembly is just but a microcosm of the society. They have made it clear that no boots on the ground in Niger Republic. Just like I said yesterday, Nigeria is a brother and a neighbor to Niger. Most of our northern brothers and sisters are married to Nigerians. So, what happens in Niger happens in Nigeria. What affects Niger affects Nigeria. It is very simple. But the issue is that the people at the front burner of the effects of this Russia, America, France proxy war right now will be Northerners first. Yes, the 7 northern states of Nigeria will be the first people that will hit before this whole crisis goes down to the South Atlantic. So that is why we are saying no to all these things, because we, the obedient movement, are the only intelligent people in Nigeria right now. The only intelligent group that can see danger right afar before it hits home. That is why we have been calling. So, in my opinion, what do I think should be done? Northerners, it is now time for you to be at the front foot, the front burner of rescuing this country from the criminal drug baron Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his gang of wicked and unpatriotic leadership. Why? How do you have to do it? I have said it. Picket every military installation in Nigeria. Our National Assembly have said no. But with what is going on right now, this guy wants to still go ahead with this proxy war going through ECOWAS. The military leadership, of course, takes salutes from him, even though he's an illegitimate, unconstitutional president. So he can still deploy Nigerian boots using what is left of the dilapidated ECOWAS into Niger. They can even decide to go to Benin. So, northern brothers and sisters of ours must be on high alert and let us know so that we amplify it using the social media. Whenever they see military installations moving, I have said it, we have to hold the Nigerian flag and the white piece of cloth and wave it. We are saying no to this invasion of Niger Republic. Whatever happened in Niger Republic remains in Niger Republic. It is a constitutional and legitimate country of its own. It is very sovereign. Whatever happens there does not concern us in Nigeria. Therefore, France, US, and all these wicked international organizations that want to stabilize West Africa, while they pillage our resources, while they extract our human resources, should be aware that obedience, the intelligent group in Nigeria, have seen it before they have even started it. And we are saying no to this madness. And our eyes are also on the judiciary. Yes, our eyes are on the judiciary. We are saying, Justice Samani, give us a date to end this carnage, a date to conclude this madness and throw this criminal drug baron Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his criminal gang away from Nigeria. Lastly, the international community must be aware that West African sub-region is not chasing them away. We are only saying what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. Come on, bring those your companies down to Africa. It is Africa and West Africa first. Don't come here and take our crude oil when we have 3 to 4 refineries in Nigeria that are not working. Bring your expertise down to Africa. We will give you the land. We will give you what it requires for you to set up in Nigeria, for you to set up in Niger Republic, for you to set up in most of these African countries where these resource bases are. That is what is fueling this unrest in West Africa. That is why you have bloodless coup going up the way from Niger to Guinea to Mali to all these places. They are young minds who are tired of the Western approach in West Africa. No, we are saying no more to taking our resources away. You come and harvest cocoa in West African, Nigeria, west coast of Nigeria, and then you make chocolate in your country and then we import it back and we pay more. We are saying no. Host your refineries, host your factories in the places where you obtain these raw materials. It is that simple. Then if you choose not to do that, if you choose to continue to pillage us, we will resist it. We will say no. That is what is happening in West Africa right now. We are saying, allow us the sovereignty to do trade and to dialogue with you on the table. Allow us do that export. Allow us. That is what is happening in West Africa right now. But if you go from our illegitimate and unconstitutional leadership to project war, for us to kill ourselves, for us to kill each other, we will not allow it. We have seen it. We have seen your hands. The West, we have seen your hands. Nigeria will not be interested in this proxy war that is going on in Niger Republic. We will not allow it. We have voted no boots on the ground in Niger Republic, and that decision is sacrosanct. Any other thing against that will be this illegitimate government that have allowed the Naira fall so badly, disrespect Nigerians one more time. The criminals that we see today, we will see them no more. They will be taken away. Justice Samani, please drop this date and let Nigerians have peace. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much. Jimmy.
Sorry, Lamin, one quick one. The guy that spoke earlier on before Ejikimi, has he dropped one Ojugu guy? Has he dropped? If you can request for the mic and come up. I mean, he mentioned something that wasn't clear. He was saying something about people shouldn't come here and discourage people not to go and protest, that they're threatening people, that soldiers are outside to deal with. I wasn't sure about that submission. We were talking to in particular. I'm not sure if you're referring to the host or the co-host or certain people here on the space. I just want him to come up and clarify it. I'm not sure when Ogama Lamina Ngozi held him back when he was trying to protest and they told him not to go and protest. We need to be very, very clear about these things. You don't just come on spaces and say things like that and you just drop off. You need to come upstairs and explain what you meant by that. Okay? No one is holding anybody from protesting. And you were asking about the armies. During the election, we saw them deploying armies all over the country with the hope that the armies are going to protect. How many protection was carried out by the armies during the election? How many people armies stopped from cutting away the ballot boxes? How many? So please, if you're still there, request for the mic and come and explain yourself, because when we say these things, it sounds like we are stupid, we are cowards, we don't know what we're doing. So come upstairs and speak that, please. Back to you, Lamin.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. I didn't hear him. So, yeah. If you want to say something, please raise your hand so that I know you're ready to speak. Otherwise, I will have to drop you so that I can bring others up. Thank you very much. Nathan,
Hello.
the space is yours.
Hello.
Oga, I beg you. You
I don't
talk,
dare long
please.
go.
Does
don't
it
worry.
matter? Others have been here too. Please chill, please. Nathan, the space is yours.
Thank you for the space. I think I should just answer Jimmy's question, about protest. I can remember. I don't think it's the space. It's one of the support groups during the elections, and people were talking about going out to protest, and the organizers at the time said they were waiting for P2B to give an order, which, of course, I made my point very clear to them at the time. That of course, if I were Peter B, I wouldn't even ask anybody to come and protest. Everybody that wants to protest should do it on their own accord. That was before. Is this guy in Abuja? What's his name? Is it Doctor? I've forgotten his name. The guy that eventually started the protest. But I think there was something like that in one of the spaces. I don't think it's here. So let's just, I think, brush through that and move to the point at hand. I was just coming from the last speaker, AJK or thereabouts, mentioning that we want the West to come and build companies with us. I think that's a level, but I think the level we should be thinking about now is we harnessing our own resources to build ourselves. These people that are building companies in their own lands, I don't think their brains are better than us. And we have already seen what the Nigerian spirit can do. We have already seen what the Nigerian mind can do. And if we will go back into history, I think I remember listening to one of Ojuku's interviews before he passed on, and he was saying that one of the things that troubled his mind up till that time was during the Biafran War. The Biafra community, they refined their oil themselves. They produced their bombs. They produced a lot of things locally. They didn't have to depend on any foreign aid. They did it in Nigeria, and up till then, and even up till now, Nigeria is not oil dependent. We have all the resources, So yes, let's think about let young people start coming together and start thinking about how we can, harness our resources, not just in Nigeria, across Africa. We can. If we look at China, some of these countries, what did they do? They sent out people into, to the Western world, and they learned these things. They brought them back, and today they're economic giants. So it's not something that we cannot do. Now, to the points at hand. First, of course, the Senate, they've made their stance known on this thing, and which is they have voted against war. Now, Tinubu has gone. Of course, we know why he wants to go to war, so that I think there's a section of the Constitution that clearly says that, if there's war, in that case, whoever is sitting there can extend the tenure for 4 years and not go into election. So that if there is war, he can easily tell the tribunal guys to maybe ask for a rerun, and then with that, he can, buy time for 4 years. And of course, that's not going to work. They've said no. We've all said no. And to me, if the Senate gives that kind of order, they've reached that agreement and it goes ahead to push us or plunge us into war, I personally feel it's an impeachable offense. And then the next question comes, who are those in the Senate? Do they have the guts to do something like that? I don't know. Difficult question to answer. We have some people that won the election under Labour Party and some other parties. And the North, too, this is the time. Look at what has happened to you. Your own man, Yakubu, was the one that pulled this man into power. I believe there may be some of them that are hearing me, and I know somehow some of this thing gets to them. It's your man that caused this illegitimacy that we are facing. Brought this man that is so power drunk, that is very, very unreasonable. That's the word I can use, to be there. And it's going to affect your region more than any other region, anyhow you want to look at it. Your brothers are from Niger, your wives, your relatives, your in-laws. As we are talking, over 300,000 Nigerians are, in this IDPs in Niger. So it's going to affect your region more. And if we look at the entire landscape of Nigeria, the north is the most underdeveloped, the poorest parts. So this is going to turn things on the negative side for the more. So you guys should better sit off. If this man pushes the Nigerian army to war, you should be the one leading for his impeachment. It's not something that you cannot do.
The whole Nigeria doesn't want war, and he wants to push, we have brothers in the army. We have brothers in the military. He wants to send our brothers to go and die for nothing when we have not been able to curb security issues in this same north. Look at Boko Haram. Look at herders, or how do they call them? Fulani herdsmen. People can't go to their farms. This morning, I read again about 20 people killed in Plateau community. These things keep going on. You've not deployed more soldiers to those places to go and sort out these problems. You want to send them to another country. People that are happy with their current leadership. So I don't know, but they're not. This is your fight. I will say you people should lead, as someone has said earlier. Go there. If this man pushes for war, then better stand up and do the needful. And you should have seen his track record. Bola Tinubu, his track records are there. Funshaw William didn't win him in the primaries. What happened? The same people that helped him to rig himself in, they were the same people he attacked. Look at what is happening to El Rufai today. The same people that supported him. He knows how to, subjugate everybody. He will use you and dump you. He will use you and mess you up. That is him. That's who he is. And that's what is happening to the North now. With the way the Northern people supported him this time around, is he supposed to even think something like this? But it's like that. He doesn't think about any other person. He thinks only about himself. And that's the kind of person that he is. That being said, also, if we must go to war, please, let his own son, let him lead the war. Sheyi Tinubu is a young man. Let them go train him, give him ammunitions. All the people that are clamoring for war, let them send their firstborns. Let them lead the war so that we'll know at least leaders lead from the front. If he himself cannot lead any war, let him send his children. Let them go ahead and they'll lead the war. When we see them going, then we can support them. Because they are going to send people's children, people's relatives. I remember when I was serving in the North, there was this family, their father was a soldier. For 1 year, 2 years, they've not heard from him. I have a friend till today, since 2016 or thereabouts. We've not heard from him. We grew up together. He went to fight insurgency in the North. Till today, nobody has heard from him. The family has not heard anything. We are hoping that somehow he's alive somewhere. But of course, this is getting to 5-6 years. So you want to go and send people's children this way for your own personal selfish reason? You want to put the lives of 200 and something million people, in jeopardy? The answer is we won't take that. And then for the judiciary, they better do the needful. We are not smiling anymore. We took things easy, when they told us to go to court. We've gone to court. We've provided all the necessary evidences. And everybody this is the time to man up. And as the Ajogo guy, I think I like his tone to some great extent. The truth is, there comes a time that everybody must rise up to reclaim their country. And I feel we are we have done everything constitutionally. But since they don't want it to go that way, I will end with the words of John F. Kennedy. He said, those who make peaceful resolution impossible, they make violent resolutions inevitable. And that is it. And in his last words, peace is not impracticable, war is not inevitable. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you so much, Nathan. I think it was Legacy that was complaining. So please, you can just go ahead and speak now. Thank you. Legacy, are you there? He's not there.
I'm here.
But you were complaining, and now they said
no, just like the S app, the new name S app. I'm finding it difficult to find it sometimes. Okay, see, this is it. This is my own take. I respect everybody's opinion. I respect everybody's opinion and their belief and the rest of all those things. But there is one thing that I normally like to, reiterate every time we have this conversation about Nigeria. See, one thing we got to understand is this. You have to see Nigeria from a two perspectives. Just the way me personally I see it. I see Nigeria first of all from an investor's perspective. And when I see it as an investor's perspective, I don't give a fuck. I don't care your feeling or who is going to hurt or anything. Because why? I just want to make profits. That's what matters. But when you look at it from a patriotic, like you want to be patriotic to your nation, then you bring about emotion to the extreme levels, logics and interest and majority of the things that you bring about to make sure that you are actually making the right decision for the benefit of your own children, for the benefit of your own nation, and to protect the women and the children in the society. So for me personally, reiterating every time I'm saying judiciary should do the right thing, judiciary should do the right thing, and the rest of all those things, just kind of like sounds to me like as if we are at their mercy. No, we are not at the mercy of the judiciary, because there is office of the public opinion. There is no sane person, irrespective of how much that wants to deny it or how much that want to fail to acknowledge it. There is nobody that will come out and say that yes, this election that just passed right on the 25th of February is actually, as in, what will I call it, is actually right, morally, anyhow you want to put it, or as if the election serves a justice. So for me, there is hunger for this justice. There is hunger for people to respect the constitution and the sanctity of our country as a nation, as an entity. So the judiciary should know that it calls upon them, and it beckons upon them, or whatever they want to put it. I don't really find my way around the English very well, but for them to understand that this nation, integrity and everything that has to do with this nation, and both the peace and the sanity of this nation, rest upon them right now as the final point for the people not to take action into their own hands. This is something judiciary needs to understand. It's more like a bailout. For me, it's more like a bailout for a crime. Because if the judiciary wants to sell the people out, or try to say, okay, fine, I don't give a fuck, I've done what I want to do, I've made my profit, I've made my business, and rest of all those things, then there must definitely be a correction. And that correction will be for the people to take the law into their own hands and make sure that they enforce that sanctity back into the nation. For everybody to understand that nobody is going to be above the general public. So trying to tell the northerners that they should stand up and speak, trying to tell the southwesterners to stand up and speak against the injustice in the society or the path which our nation is going to, is not something that we need to be trying to convince. Okay, I'm coming. Hello.
You know you use the F word, right?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry for that.
You're owing us 5,000. So
I'm owing you people.
5,000.
If I'm owing you people 5,000, you get forex. I can give you signal. May you make up for it. Let me just go straight. Okay. So it is a responsibility for every person that is born into Nigeria to pay attention to what is happening in the country, knowing fully well that when you don't fight this fight right now, your children will have to fight it for their own generation. Our parents didn't fight this fight. That's why we are talking about these things. And if you keep on blaming the Western world for whatever so-called reason, or trying to justify it based on your biblical studies or whatever you want to believe in, that is God's privileges and the rest of all those things, you are failing to take up the accountability and the responsibility that it is your duty for you to make sure that things work better in your own nation, to avoid the Western world to use you to come in and use you as to play you like a chess game. So the Western world has everything that they want to do in this nation because we allowed it in the first place. So the world that we are going to face right now is because we allowed this nation for a very long time to be going down the wrong path, and some certain level of people saw it as an avenue for them to make profit. That's why they don't care if everybody in this nation dies off. They don't care, because what they care about is to make profit. So I don't understand why we Nigerians, we are failing to see these things for what they are. That's why they keep on stealing and stealing and stealing. They can't shut their business down because it's not paying you. They are going to continue in their business until the day that you stand up and say that this is enough. This is exactly what is going on in Niger right now, because the people are standing up to say that the resources that we have is going to work for us and not for other people. We want to be in charge of our own affair and make decisions for our own self. So the man Bola Tinubu Ahmed, for his own selfish reason, trying to go into Niger to go and fight a fight that has nothing to do with him, just because he believed that the Western world is going to sponsor him and the rest of all those things. Go to Ukraine. The Western world are not helping Ukraine. What they are giving to Ukraine are loans. So they are giving you loans for you to destroy yourself. After you finish destroying yourself, you still have to pay back those things that you have collected for you, that you used to destroy your own self. At the end of the day, what do you stand to gain? Nothing. So for me personally, irrespective of you are supporting Agbado or the con man and the rest of all those stuff, or you are trying to see the obedient movement and the rest of all those things, see, majority of us are not facing the brunt of all these things. Me personally, I'm not facing it. If dollar hits 1,500, the only problem that I will have right now is that I will upgrade my security and make sure that I have enough men standing with guns. And if I don't pay those people well, they will come after me. So it is not something you need to encourage somebody for that person to be interested in, because it is a duty for your own survival. So when we come here trying to frame it in terms of religion and the rest of all those things, just for us to, trying to divert taking accountable and being responsible for our own nations. So for the judiciary, you really want to see this country to go the path that you are not going to ever redeem it, or you are not going to ever have a say on it, just make sure that justice is not seen to be done. I'm not saying that you should give P2B the mandate. I've never been on that path. But what I want to see is that there is justice. And if Bola Ahmed Tinubu can come and prove to us that he won, maybe we will go back and re-strategize our game. But if he cannot, and with the record that we have on ground, showing that we actually won this election, and you are trying to come and tell us otherwise, that is not going to sell. And it's not going to work. So the judiciary, or whatever be it there wants to be, you people have been doing business for a very long time, making your profit out of it. But this time around, we are shutting that business down. So I'm not expecting that for me personally, I don't expect that the judiciary is under any pressure, but rather they are looking for a way for them to subvert justice. That's why they are complaining of pressure, because there is nothing like pressure there. White is white. We are made to know that white is white, and everybody have accepted that this thing is white. So why will you come out overnight and try to claim that white is now all of a sudden black? It doesn't happen anyway. So for a fact that me personally, I know if everybody is not going to say something about it, I will say something about it. And there is one thing I can assure both the politicians, both the judiciary, and both their moles, and those people that are expecting to make something out of this government, is that the truth will always stand to be the truth. And you can recruit your soldiers in thousands to join you because they have interest to benefit. But the truth must always recruit a million people in seconds, because everybody by default must always gravitate to the truth. And the truth is that we won this election, and the judiciary should stop beating around the bush and give us a date for this judgment and get it done with. So if they are trying to make Bola Tinubu Ahmed to go to war, of which all of us, we have dissected this thing and acknowledged that this man is looking for something within the law for him to subvert justice. At the end of the day, nobody will be held accountable for it. We are not going to buy that. That's just the honest truth. And again, this I've skipped my mind. And again, is that the judiciary should give us our judgment and make sure that they go through everything, and those people that are culprit to this thing needs to come to book. That's just it. So
I don't know if I'm the only one that can't hear him. No?
Yeah, I can't hear him, so he dropped.
Okay. So I'm going to just mute him, and when he's ready to complete his submission. All right. Obiekwe has spoken before. Boyo will go next. Then King will go after Boyo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh my God, Peter is better. Peter is better. I'm not seeing you people's hand well, though. So after Boyo, let's hear from Peter is better because I've seen him longer. So then King.
Yeah, but Peter is better hands are not up, so I don't know if he's ready to speak now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Boyo is
good
different.
afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me. Good afternoon.
We can hear you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. This event of mine, I've been able to, dwell on this our situation as a country. My problem is not Bola Ahmed Tinubu normally. My problem is the judiciary because you can't pray to get to the apex of your career and get there and you are afraid. These judges, I think they have gotten to the highest level of their career in law. And this is what they have been expecting all their life. So this idea of delay, we all knows what this country needs at the moment. And whatever level that you are, if Nigeria is on fire today, you will not be comfortable. So if they are, if they are on the path that is what the same man told them to do, the same way INEC chairman did it. The event of INEC chairman is because at the time Nigeria believed that probably for the first time election is going to work. But then they took us unaware. This time we are already on the path that justice might not be, gotten from the judiciary, and everybody is ready to face whatever comes. So it's better that they give. If Tinubu was not there, all this war thing will not be coming up. If they give their judgment, they give their verdict today. Whatever stand that Tinubu is taking, it becomes invalid. So the issue in Nigeria now is all this delay. You see somebody come and start talking about Tinubu. Tinubu is not so important to me. If the judiciary, they are able to take a stand today, what did Tinubu want to do? No, where we came from. We don't believe in which president. If they give their directive to this man, if not the rightful owner of the position, I think the next thing that Tinubu will be pressing is the Supreme Court. He will forget about this war thing. It's because you see some people are keeping quiet, the judiciary, they are not doing what they are supposed to do. They are giving him the privilege to enjoy office, an office that is not even his position, that it doesn't belong to him. If the judiciary can stand up and say, Oga, you know who we know, so carry your things, so and explore the next option that you have, which is the Supreme Court. Tinubu will forget about Niger Republic and ECOWAS. He will know that his solution is not there. So in that time was that even around us here, Nigeria we easily just we easily adapt to situation. I have people around. Imagine I was driving home the other day from work. You that cannot even right now. I think for is meaning I will get something. I will get for 600, 610, 590. I buy fuel for my car. I saw you standing on the road to help you home. Where are you going? I find you're going my way. You don't enter my car. You are complaining in Nigeria as if I say, don't worry, Obi will come shortly. They say, oh God, forget that one. We should Obi. I was like, okay, probably he doesn't understand. I said, have you been following the case in the tribunal lately? He said, then forget tribunal. I generally park my car and say, calm down. Because we are in a situation whereby we shouldn't just pamper this thing anymore. This country is difficult, no matter what you have. Even those that even the rich in Nigeria right now are feeling it. If you were rich, maybe you were rated at the rent of 100 million before. Now you are buying fuel. A tank that you can fill with 30,000 before, you are filling with about 70,000 now. Guy, you will feel it now. You will.
But
You feel it certainly. You feel it. So there's nobody who is a Superman. You have it, but if the situation, because what regulates a particular nation is the government. So if the government brings a policy that does not suit the country, no matter the level of your wealth, the rich in Nigeria now are becoming the poor. The poor are becoming the I don't know what you call them now, because I don't know how people are managing this country. So if the judiciary can stand up and make a point, this not Tinubu guy, anywhere won't carry one go. He should carry and go. And you carry and go. So the fact is, whatever he wants to do, but if the judiciary make a stand today, okay, we live there. He will live there. And if usually feels, oh, they are scared, what will be the outcome? It will result in anarchy just because of one Tinubu. What do you now think about all millions of Nigerians who are waiting to hear your result to cause problem? Imagine now the situation in Niger now. This whole Nigeria election, whatever now joins it. Okay, that fire now you won't cause. So make a stand, be against Tinubu first. At least Tinubu alone cannot be against the world, like cannot be against Nigeria. We know how to deal with him. But the idea of the tribunal want to be with Tinubu, that it will cause issue. Even a lot of us know of it. So it's hard time. Nobody can reach them. If they can hear us, let the tribunal, let them make a stand, give judgment. And all these things, they have timeline. And when the whole thing was started, they gave us timetable. We all follow. I even say, I begin to that timetable. Okay, give a date. It's not difficult now. When you give a date, we'll come and hear what you are saying. I'm already planning to leave Benin to Abuja. We'll come here. It's not like that is sweet that you want to live in. So it's hard time we stand up and enforce, put this thing on this judiciary. We should make a stand, give this judgment, and then let's now see what Tinubu will do. It is well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I heard your submission in my dream. Thank you so much. You said something that somebody entered your car and something. This thing you just said happened to me. Someone I joined Uber today, and we're talking. The guy was saying they are just waiting for the court to remove this man. We just got talking, and because I was listening to the space was on my phone. I didn't use AirPod, and where he was talking, I said, now for radio. I said no. Now Twitter, I said, so I was explaining to him. He was not saying, I was not telling him how Nigerians are to get to adapt to situations and just move on. He was not trying to explain to me, it's not like that. Even in Abuja, and I said during the court period, people in Abuja were not coming to court. He said it's not like that. He was saying, look at him now. He has his wife, he has one child, and the wife's younger sister is staying with him, and who that it is what he makes today that they will use to eat. So how would they leave the work and come and protest? That's the reason. It's not as if they are afraid. And I should not imagine how many of him. And I said, how about you not eating? How about what is it that you're afraid of? Or this food you are saying that if you don't work today, what now happens? Because at the end of the day, a lot of people, a lot of Nigerians cannot eat. A lot of Nigerians, things happen to them, nobody says anything. So it's everybody is saying that because I want to, because I can't, it's because of I have to work today for my family to eat. That's why they are not coming out. That it means that everybody will just sit down because lots of people cannot eat. That thing you're protecting, I think the space is going to crash. That's the notification I'm getting on my phone. That thing you're running away from is what is already happening. So what is it that you are avoiding? What exactly are you avoiding? You're not, it's because you want to eat. How many food? Once a day. Some people eat once a day, 2 times a day. Some cannot even afford to eat the food at all. So if the judges they should say that they are afraid of one man, instead they will come and face Nigerians. We will see whether if they can run away from Nigerians. We will see. We're here. We're waiting for them. Let them pass stupid judgment. We're waiting for them. The space, I beg, Ngozi, no vex. That's all. I heard that in my dream. I just had to say something. Thank you.
Mami won't kill us. Even in your dream, you are resisting it. Jesus, I love that. Thank you. Angie, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And I don't even know what was the last speaker. Okay, Boyo. Who is supposed to go next? I forgot to know. Is it Ruga? Riga. Riga, are you there? Gone.
I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead and speak.
Okay, sorry. I most of the time I'm still working, so I just kept the phone on the side. So as soon as I heard my name, I had to go pick it up. All right. Good evening to everybody on the space. I've been listening to what has been said. It's quite unfortunate the situation we find ourselves as a nation, even as a continent. Sometimes what is happening right now just had me reflecting about what we have had to go through as a race, and that we are still in this position at this time. And it's sad that the very things that made us to be like the least economically standard race in the world today, the very same things, having these saboteurs that we call leaders, is still happening to us even in 2023. But that being said, I will focus on the solutions. If I look at what's going on with the Niger, my advice to Nigerians will be, which we are already doing, is putting pressure individually and collectively, because the West, when I say the West, I mean the Western Bloc. I'm not picking any sides. The West and Eastern blocs, whether it's the US and France and their allies and Russia on the other side, it's just you are in a class with bullies. So you pick and choose who you want to bully you. So there's really no one that has the interest of Africa at heart. So Africans themselves have to chart their own course and have to make their own way. We just have to speak out. In this day and age, information is the power that the people have. If you recall what happened with the NSAS, you see it went global. If you recall what happened with Black Lives Matter, and you can see the power that information provides to citizens. So this is not a time for us to be quiet, whether in Twitter spaces, whether it's Facebook, whatever, even to your family, to your friends. It's not a time for Nigerians to be quiet. We have a president that's a selected president that is working is on puppet strings for another master. He's not serving the Nigerian people, because if he was serving the Nigerian people, even if he was in his dream and somebody told him at this material time to be prepping for a war, he will wake up and say that person is an enemy. That we're just dealing with subsidy removal. Palliatives are not even anywhere on the ground, and you are prepping for a war. We have, just this morning, I was seeing 20 killed in a state in Nigeria, just like that. That could cause a war in many countries. 20 Nigerians just killed, and it's just a headline. And you are prepping for a war with your neighbors in the guise of going to save Bazoum, it's unheard of. It's very clear we don't have it. We have lost our president. We've lost the executive. It's not there. It doesn't exist. In our mind's eye, and the sad part is that both those that think they are teaching Peter Obi a lesson, and those that think that the South will not rule, and those that think that Nigerian government belongs to us and we are the real Nigerians, we are all in this together. It is the collective actions of a few stupid people that only think from ethnic backgrounds and think from religious backgrounds that has got us to this mess. We have succeeded in putting the very worst that we can choose as number one of our country. The man doesn't care about Nigerians. He doesn't care about whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa. He doesn't care whether you are from the east, west, north, and south. Tinubu is only there for himself. The deal he's making right now is for Tinubu. It's not even for APC. He doesn't care about APC. Tinubu is there for himself. For Tinubu to wake up because people will say, oh, is this the ECOWAS? And I dare say, who controls the ECOWAS if not Nigeria? Let us look at it retrospectively. Every action that ECOWAS has had to take in the time that they have existed has been pushed by the Nigerian president. Whoever was the head of state of Nigeria decides where ECOWAS goes. If ECOWAS takes a decision and Nigeria is not in that decision will not fly. And that is the truth. From ECOMOG, go and check the history. So nobody should come and tell me that, it's ECOWAS that made it. ECOWAS did nothing. This is Tinubu
And to be honest, he is the president, he is the head of ECOWAS at the moment. So it's not like, okay, we are just sitting in the floor. Nigeria is the head by virtue of Tinubu being the head. Nigeria is piloting the affairs of ECOWAS. So if the man that chairs ECOWAS is not game with attacking Niger, there will be no assault. There will be no military assault on Niger. You could see from the very get-go, his countenance was, oh, I'm taking off power from Niger. Oh, and it's not like you really had a very close relationship with Bazoum. Let's come to think about it. If it was Buhari doing this, I will understand. Because Buhari had a close relationship with Bazoum. So Tinubu is not doing this because of his relation with Bazoum or he cares so much about Niger. All he's doing is that he is, as he has always done, putting Tinubu first. The project Tinubu is what, grab it, have it. It is the project Tinubu. And what is the project this time? I'm going to get the West to legitimize me so that when I begin to do all the nonsense I want to do in Nigeria, the international media will not carry it. That's what it's all about. So when I begin to do all I want to do with judiciary and all the crimes against humanity I'm going to do against those that will raise their head, the West will not carry it. That is the plan. That is the plot. And we have to truncate that early because this man is a devil. He will stop at nothing. I think for one, I underestimated Tinubu. I didn't know he had this in him. He has taken it a step that I didn't know he was just a sadist. The man is willing to take Nigeria to the ground. And then there was a speaker that said he doesn't think this war is going to escalate. He doesn't think Nigeria will retaliate. Are you living under a rock? Mali and Burkina Faso have said an assault against Niger is an assault against them. Guinea is with them. You think that this is a joke? You think you're watching an action film? Let the first shot be fired. That's when Nigerians will understand what has hit them. This is not a joke. We have to truncate this now. And this starts by everybody in your own space. And as there's a hashtag that has been going around. Keep on pushing the narrative. We have to call the National Assembly back. They say they went on recess. Get them back. Get them back. They cannot be going on recess when our country is at the verge of war. Because anybody that tells us ECOWAS is Nigeria. The Wagner Group are with these people. You think they are going to sit around and watch Nigeria like it was in Liberia with just rolling tanks and just take over Niamey and all? We're talking about uranium here. The war doesn't work on sentiments. There's billions of dollars to be made here. No side is going to let this slide. Even China is in the office. They are watching. It's right in our backyard that this is happening. Tinubu is playing hanky-panky with this game. The whole world is thinking Niger because Niger is the sacred cow now. Uranium is there for the taking. There's a pipeline that everybody's eyes are on. The energy of the West for the next 50 years is what they are negotiating. And you think bullets, you think they care about bloody African lives going? These people don't care. It's not happening in their domain. The casualty is not, they are not going to suffer it. And we have a man, Tinubu is selling us out. And some people are saying, oh, it's not going to be that bad. It will be bad. Get used to it. If it does happen, our only hope is to make sure this doesn't happen. And that's the thing. Push it. I think there's a protest on Sunday. Even in the UK where I am, we're already working towards organizing a protest in London as well. And we'll be there. We'll be there in Trafalgar. We're going to make sure that this thing does not fly. Because my parents live in Nigeria. I can say, yeah, I'm abroad. But what about your family? Everybody, you can't get out when it starts. You think anybody has left Libya since the problem started? We better understand that this is not a joke. Coming to the judiciary, they are Nigerians as well. So we're all in this together. We just have a president that is not from Nigeria. Obviously, Tinubu is not from Nigeria. It's just, if he was any Nigerian, would not be going to war at this time. So he's clearly not from Nigeria. We've managed to get a foreigner as our president, and now we are in a mess. So the judiciary, they can be the first to start truncating this, because if they give a verdict today, that will make Tinubu backtrack a little bit, because he's acting as president. As soon as the judgment comes, he will no longer have that power to act. If a judgment is called to the National Assembly, we have to come back to address that and what to do next. So the judiciary, we are not even begging them. Now our existence borders on these judgments. Even with the nonsense he's doing now, this has already shown the kind. If they were even considering it before, I knew they had no basis to consider. If they were even considering the madman before, this should just put clarity to them that, except maybe the elite are saying, oh, let's pack up shop from the country now. Okay, it's time to give the country to the West and let's pack up shop. Let them use it for their experiment with their nuclear weapons and their biological weapons. This is serious. So please let everybody do what they can. Do your own part. Follow the moves. Make the calls. Since yesterday, I've been tweeting to the UN and everybody that cares to hear. We don't war in West Africa. We do not want war. We cannot even afford it. These countries are poor. Nigeria is poor. Niger is poor. All the West African countries, there is no rich country in West Africa. If there should be war, it should be among the wealthy nations. It shouldn't be. West Africa should be the last region that is thinking about war. We can settle our differences any other way. The people that are most involved, the principal actors, Nigerians, there's no genocide in Niger. Why is ECOWAS if not for the man, Tinubu? I yield the mic.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your submission. Peter is better. Are you ready now?
Yeah, my sister, I'm here. Oh, good evening. Can you guys hear me? Good evening, especially.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I greet you. Thank you, Lamin. Thank you, Ngozi, Nello, Magnificent Dude, every other person on the space. Thank you very much. Thank you for what you guys are doing. You're doing wonderful work. Please, thank you. Keep doing it. We encourage you to keep doing the Lord's work. On this topic, Nigeria deserves better. War is not an option. The truth is that I hosted a space this morning, the Alliance also this morning, talk about neo-colonialism, neoliberalism, neo-imperialism, and globalization. There are some forces, there are some kind of things that drive this particular system. We're talking about the struggle for survival. We're talking about the issue of economy. We'll talk about the issue of domination. I'm talking about the issue of control. These are the 4 factors that drive this neo-colonialists into Africa. If you look at the history of colonialism, historically, let's start from the issue of slavery. When slavery slavery actually started for them to use manpower, the African power, because Africans are very strong, to kind of, in their farm in Europe, when they were into kind of normal agrarian farming. So they were using them to do their farm, sugarcane plantation, and even plantation in Europe. So at the time when machines now came up, so there were no need for these particular slaves. So they now have to stop slave trade. Let me tell you one thing. The truth is that slave trade didn't stop because they love Africans. They stopped slave trade because at that point in time when machines were introduced into commercial farming and other factors, there was no need for these slaves anymore, for these black slaves anymore. So they have to say, okay, let us stop it, and they now stop it. And they started taking them back to different locations. So we're taking to the Caribbeans. So we're taking to Liberia. So to Sierra Leone. So back to Africa. Different parts of Africa. They then brought them back to different locations. That's why I have places like Jamaica today, places like Eritrea, and some other, no, not Eritrea, sorry, there's another country, those the Caribbean islands, Caribbean areas. A lot of black dominated environment in those areas. Then that one ended, that colonialism, that idea of slave trade ended. Then there were now need for them to need for raw materials to empower their machines, their factories in Europe. So that was how colonialism started. They have to colonize Africa, dominate Africa, control Africa, and begin to carry our resources, take our resources down to Europe as raw materials to empower their machines. I'm not giving you an historical analysis. Then again, when the pressure was now on them that this issue of colonialism, people started talking about this issue started coming, nationalism, the growth of nationalism. People like Azikiwe, Abbas Macaulay, Kwame Nkrumah, they were talking about nationalism. There's time for Africa to be free. There's time for these colonies to be free. They are come of age, and there was pressure on them. They started releasing them gradually, and that was what gave birth to new colonialism, new imperialism, new liberalism, and globalization. And they are really in charge of this factor. What are the drivers of this particular concept? The drivers are what we call the United Nations, Commonwealth of Nations. These are the World Bank, the G7, G8, G10, G. These are the drivers of this particular concept of new colonialism, neoliberalism, new imperialism, and globalization. And the fact is that Africa is not benefiting from this particular concept at all in any way. Africa is not benefiting. Africa is disadvantaged because we are not at the forefront of being in control in any way of this particular concept in the global world. And it is very painful that Africans are the people that are being used in propagating this particular concept that is affecting Africa negatively. Africans are being used to dominate Africans. Africans are being used to frustrate Africans. Africans are being used to destroy Africa. And that was why I say that the problem of Africa is in Africa. And the solution of Africa is in Africa by Africans. Now talking about Niger, the only reason this, sorry, because you don't find me, this Babalawo man we call Bat is going to war is because of his own personal aggrandizement, selfish interest. Not because he loves Nigeria, not because he loves Niger, not because he loves democracy. Because of the fact that he is desperate in becoming, as in, to get legitimacy from the Western world. That is why he has to play to the cards. And if you look at it very critically, Bola Tinubu is an asset, a very powerful asset to the Western world. Because they have his dossier, they have his drug dossier, they have his corrupt dossier, they have his narcotic dossier. So those things can be used against him, in blackmailing him, to give them what they want. And again, is that he knows his election is fraud. So that is another case for them to also drag him from two both sides. We have your dossier, we will release it. If you don't give us this thing, we'll release it. Then now, come to look at it. Why is America now saying that they're not going to release Bola Tinubu's fraudulent document until 2026? Why? Those of us who are privileged to understand international politics, we should understand this. One thing about international politics is that they don't consider morality. They don't consider immorality. They consider what is called our morality, which is independent of morality or immorality, which is independent of whether something is good or it is bad. What concerns them most is their interest, whether personal interest or their national interest or international interest. That is their concern. So at this juncture, like I said, the problem of Africa is in Africa. The solution of Africa is in Africa by Africans. This war they are going to right now, it is uncalled for. No reasonable Nigerian should agree that Tinubu should go to this war. Please, let it be on record that many of us all obedient, are not in support of the war against Nigeria, against Nigeria Republic. Let it be on record that all obedient, all well-meaning Nigerians are not in support of the war against Nigeria Republic. Pacem amamus pace opus est. We love peace. We want peace. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you so much, Peter. It's better. We really want peace. We don't want war. Moving on with the conversation. Aggrieved Nigerian. Oh, King. Oh, I said King. Sorry, aggrieved Nigerian. Let King go first, then you would go afterwards.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ngozi. Can you hear me, please?
Oh, yeah, I can. If I can't hear you, I'll let you know.
All right, thank you. One MMC, Lami, and others speakers, I really want to appreciate keeping this platform running. Whenever there is a trending issues, we come here to discuss, to profile solution, and put our heads together and see how we can be able to move the country forward. Because I want to tell us right here that it is obedience that is in charge. We are the one piloting the affairs of Nigeria right now. We want a better Nigeria. We are all good, loving people. We hate evil, but those that love evil are the ones that want to go to war. There's a saying that a dog that want to get lost will never hear his master's whistle, which means that dog have been destined to lost. So Tinubu is a dog that has been destined for doom.
And whatever he's breeding now will definitely consume him. Because I believe that there's a consequence to every action, you know, and we all know the consequence of war, and hence is bent going to Niger, a country, a sovereign nation. The people are happy with the new government, but he wants to go there to destroy the peace and harmony in Niger. Your house is on fire, but you left your house. You are going to another house to quench a fire. I think that is the height of stupidity. Anyway, we all know why he's doing it. He's trying to legitimate his government, of which he knows that he only have a few time. You know, if not for our constitution, I don't think we will have this drug baron sitting there at the Aso Rock. So it's very unfortunate. You know, evil will always beget evil. You know, war, there's nothing good that has ever come out of war. We all know the consequence of war. So whatever it may be, my sincere prayer that it will also consume Tunubu, and that is what is going to actually happen to him. So I strongly believe that is that whatever he's doing now has a way of coming back to him, you know, to destroy him. You know, so let all obedient keep their fingers crossed, because this Niger Cup have one way or the other kind of uh, uh, distract us from really continuing to trend all eyes on the judiciary. I know it's a very important issues. We are showing concern because our northern brothers and sisters, you know, might feel the brunt of this action by this dog that is sitting there at the Aso Rock. So I want us to remain firm, focus all eyes on the judiciary. You know, whichever way it comes, we are expecting nothing less than justice. And I believe that this war that Tinubu has decided, despite all Nigerians, you know, are trying to speak words of wisdom to him, but because he's a dog that wants to lost, he will never hear the cry of other Nigerians. So I believe that he's destined to to get himself into a situation that he will forever regret it, and it can cost him his life. You understand? So that is my strong belief, you know. So whatever is going to come out of it, I wish him all the best. Hence, he's going to war against the wishes of Nigerians and the wishes of other fellow Africans, you know, who are also adding their voice that we should go dialogue, you know, instead of using military force. So that is it. You know, Tinubu is a politician that deal on drugs in the past and both the present, you know, because without doubt, you know that it's somebody who's on colos that will be taking such decision. So I think it's the effect of the drug that he's sniffing that is even affecting him to take this kind of barbaric decision. You understand? So he dealt on drugs some time ago in America, but right now I think that consequence of his action is really hurting him. You know, he is not the first politician to forge certificates, but now, what is happening, you know, the same forgery is what is consuming him at the moment. So you can see that, you know, there was a saying that I found funny, you know, all that politicians have been ringing election, but when it gets to Tinubu's time, you know, everybody now hold him by the balls, you know, so he's not able to ring the election. You know, he tried and he actually ring the election. Fortunately, he ran the election stupidly. You know, so we all know that past leaders have always been winning the election, but in his own case, it became different. That tells you how stupid he is. When somebody is on drug, you know, there is no way he can be able to think straight. You know, past Nigeria leaders have been taking our soldiers, you know, our military to war. You know, they have been to Liberia, they've been to Sierra Leone, you know, and they were glorified. You know, probably he wants also trend in that trajectory, but I assure you, it's going to consume him. Tinubu is not going to be glorified because everybody is against his action. The National Assembly is against his action, even though the National Assembly is a rubber stamp led by Akpabio. God has a way of dealing with people who are wicked. God exposed Akpabio a few days ago, when he made that comment in the floor of the house, not knowing that the camera was still on him. You understand? So I want to tell us that the prayers of the obedient is actually manifesting in a way, but some of us might not really understand. So I want to appreciate every one of us, for our tenacity and for standing firm, and I want us to kind of also put more effort. You understand? I know this Niger coup and whatever Tinubu is about to do, is also something that is serious because life is at stake and our northern brothers' concern, is very, very paramount, in this whole Niger coup, So I want us to please concentrate more on the judiciary. Let us allow that to trend, and I believe that the judiciary will do the right thing. They will not throw justice into the dustbin. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Oh, Angel, I thought you were talking. Thank you. Thank you so much. Angel, please just go, just go in next.
Aggrieved Nigeria. Goodness.
We are all aggrieved though. You have taken the name from everybody.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Lamin. Good evening, every other speaker and host
Is this
as well.
happiness?
This is aggrieved to Nigeria.
I thought you sounded like our happiness. Ngozi, where is happiness? Oh, here.
Can I go?
Happiness goes on PDP space to educate them on constitution now. Aggrieved Nigeria, go ahead.
Okay. Before the coming of the obedient movement, I have always been of the opinion that our major problem in Nigeria is selfishness. Selfishness in the sense that everybody wants to grab, everybody wants to work with this big man, that big woman, just to be identified with. Everybody feels that he can get whatever he feels is okay for him and then let the rest of the nation perish, or let the rest of the nation look at him or her as somebody who has arrived. And we carry that selfishness to every agency in the country. If it wasn't for selfishness, our security agencies would have had a place in all of what is happening to ask a question. In fact, let me talk directly to the military. They should have a space or a place to know, or they should be interested in who becomes their commander-in-chief. Because the way I look at things is like nobody cares who comes from whatever planet to become a Nigerian leader. Because if we do care, if it wasn't for the obedient movement that cares, or if every other person cares, then we should long have asked ourselves questions on personalities that come to present themselves to us as leaders every 4 years or every 8 years. If you look at somebody like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has told us that his certificate was this, his certificate was that. We know that he has forged a lot. And I am very certain that even a birth certificate he doesn't have. Because if somebody has a birth certificate and he was a female in America, then came to Nigeria and became male, then somebody should start asking the question. I consider that man as a security threat. This is why I am asking this question. Do our security agencies really care? Because after Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we might just sit back and just allow another kind of person, even worse than him, to come. God forbid he gets the opportunity to even get up to 4 years in that office, because I am expecting the judiciary to keep their selfishness aside and do the right thing. Because it's like nobody even understands that they are Nigerians before they are judges. They are Nigerians before they are soldiers. They are Nigerians before they are the police. Every single thing that happens in this country, good or bad, affects everybody. And we are not looking at it from that angle. Everybody feels that, okay, because I'm working close to this man, yes, let the rest of us go to hell. My family is okay, every other person is okay, so why should I care? They have forgotten that in not caring, when things go sideways, it affects everybody. Again, I try to imagine every morning I wake up. Do these people actually understand that if this country burns today, you don't have any other place to run to? Do they really think at all? Because if we think, then we will start asking every single question that we ask. We will not shift every other thing we need to know about our country to just the obedience alone. Obedience are fighting for a better country, yes. So what is the rest of us doing? So it is better for obedience to fight for a better country, and we will just sit back and support evil and expect that this evil will take us to wherever we believe that the country will go to. Sometimes I just wonder if there's actually a brain in our heads. I feel pained when I just feel pained each morning I wake up and I see how some people go boasting about how they have bought this, how they have bought that, how they have bought this, and they have everybody in the pocket. Like I was reading somewhere this morning and I saw somebody posted, I don't know how true that is, that somebody was boasting that it's 5/5. 5/5, meaning that he has bought all these people, that the judgment is this, the judgment is that. Well, if they feel that they can buy everybody, let the judiciary sit back and get bought. And when the country starts burning, let's see where everybody will run to. Because they forget that they have kids, they forget that they have parents, aged parents or grandparents, and you think that it's all about getting money from politicians just to rubbish the country because you feel that your family is okay. That is not how these things should work. It is painful. It is very painful that matured men, career men, who should decide for themselves, will now wait for an arm of the government that is supposed to be independent. In fact, they are an independent arm of government, and they are waiting for another arm of government that shouldn't even have a say in whatever they do to now control them. This is not how these things work. I don't know the kind of law that they read, whether the constitution tells them something differently, whether they don't know that they have the powers to do what they should do to make sure that the country stands the way it should stand. And now you are dependent on a few set of people because you believe that they are the ones that can decide your success in life. You believe that it's okay to just do whatever they wish so that you can have a peaceful and a better life, and not do your own job. As a judicial officer, you should know that you are an independent entirely from the rest of them. You cannot just sit back and allow other people to control you and then run the country down the way they are running the country down. I don't know, but I will just plead. I'm still going back to the security agencies. I plead that they should get interested in who becomes commander-in-chief, who becomes anybody. We should just keep this idea of getting what would benefit us aside, keep it aside, and focus on doing what would benefit every other person. Because if it benefits you alone, what happens after the country burns if you feel you are okay? What happens to you, your family, your aged parents? Will you take them to wherever you feel you can run to? This is not how these things work. They should think for once. Please. Thank you once again. I yield here.
All right, thank you so much. Nigerian. Yeah. All right, Mr. Kingsley, go ahead then. Ezekiel, then Wilson. Wilson. Kingsley. All right. Ezekiel, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, irrespective of where we are. I greet you, madam. I greet Mr. Weasley. Everybody in the house, I greet everybody. I'm having a problem anytime I make call. I find out when I maybe call me because I actually connect to the space through my laptop and also my phone. So I go off and I request for mic again and find out I couldn't come in again. My mic was not allowed any longer. So that's supposed to be since maybe about 3 days now. So to start with, like the report about this judicial issue, I find out that most of what is happening right now, judging by what I heard from the Agbakoba, the son, the senior advocate of Nigeria, the Agbakoba, who mentioned about this tribunal issue that that since all this while they could not fix a date for maybe their final judgment in court in regards to this exercise. Now, the Agbakoba mentioned that this is not just a matter of to prolong for so long like this, that even is something that can be decided, because I listened to him on a TV this thing. He said it's something that can be even decided within a week or two, and the whole judgment will be just finalized. But the issue of maybe procrastinating about it and just put a date, it just is premeditated so that they can perfect their maybe some plan they are trying to perfect the plan they are having within themselves. It's just to formalize it. Just like a report that's just coming up about a few days ago about maybe Fashola preparing maybe their submission of what to submit on that day of judgment or whatever, whereby he denied it and he said he wants to sue for it. He sue someone to court because of that, that statement, credit to him. So, which when you see like what someone mentioned yesterday in the space, that anything that APC or their government said is a lie, that we should maybe probe it very well. You'll find out that there is element of truth on whatever they say is a lie. So you can see it's possible that what that person also come up with about the fashion land maybe prepared, it might not be far-fetched from truth. It might be really something that is going on. But that is a foul. I mean, it's a failure at the arrival, because you cannot, by the pressure that is ongoing right now, they were also under pressure. They were really, the tribunal were really under pressures. And, right now, they don't know where to come out on what they have on their table. They don't know where to come out, and it become, it's a very difficult thing for them to decide. And as a result of that, they are also, the APC government and all that, manipulating and trying to also, seduce them or entice them with money. By the case, like what during the election, I believe many of us even heard about when they said, $170 million, have been ceded to INEC, to just make sure he manipulate what he eventually did. which he eventually did and manipulate the result of the election. So, money have been, flying here and there among them, as you can see. And only, the sincere among them and those one who have the integrity to protect, we want to do the right thing among them, who will reject, the kind of money offering. And of reason also we heard about whereby they said the CJ and some other judges were said they're trying to lie to Nigeria that they are having a conference in London, whereby they travel to London. You can see that is not a conference per se. It is a caucus meeting, to just decide on some kind of a dubious decision to take among themselves, which is all transparent to everybody, in Nigeria. Now, in the pressure, I really, really welcome and also appreciate everyone in the space and the kind of movement that is going on right now, because I think it's sending a very strong signal to them. Shows that people were really, eyes is already open, that people eyes were open, and people were, the world have ears that we mostly hear most of the secret maybe talk going on among themselves, even if we don't hear it loudly, but we perceive it and we actually believe that is ongoing among them. So them now is sending a caution message to them, really, that whatever they are doing right now, irrespective of how they are hiding it from people, that even it look like people were still also, having the hint of what is going on among them. So they were, if I will not put it that they were also, confused on what to come out, because they see the truth now. They see the plain paper now. How to turn this plain paper, a white paper now, to black is a difficult thing for them. So, but which I really encourage that we continue our movement, continue our movement, but the one on the message we are just sending, and how we, publicize, the message on, all eyes on the judiciary, and that eyes that is on the judiciary, we really, make a very strong point to them, and also send a very strong signal to them. And secondly, which is very, very crucial point I want to make here. Now, this Niger fight, the ECOWAS, the select president is trying to invite the military to come and embark on to fight. I see it. Please, you can just, quote and unquote, I see it right now as a kind of the man want to use as a bailout, for himself. Now, judging by this, this Tinubu is not a military man, and when you look at the military are not just being just bullied around by the civilian, bullied around by a civilian, and just sent to just go and do this. They have their own plan. They are just like they are very difficult person to deal with. That is the military. Now, if this man now sending them to just said they should go and fight and whatever, it is an avenue for the military right now. It's an avenue for them, to just any strike, any spark from that such a fight right now, any spark from it can trigger a coup in Nigeria here. And when it trigger a coup in Nigeria here, they remove him. And when they remove him, the military will use that as an opportunity for them, maybe to just maybe to move in. And when they move in, he will use that one that as an excuse, that's why I say as a bailout, to just leave the government, so that they will not say it's not that, so that the shame of said that he rigged the election, he become, and the court to remove him, so that he will not be, it will be an excuse that it's the military that remove him. So it's not the court, so that he will use that to cover his shame. But unknown to him also that, military coup, can also, you can never tell what can end it. You can never tell what can end it. It is only God that know what can end it. But it's our prayer that, the Bible says, God disappoint the devices of the crafty so that their hands cannot perform their enterprises. Irrespective of their devices they are having, God will disappoint them. And God will also expose them and disgrace them beyond the one they have already. God will disgrace them beyond that. So I believe by the grace of God, as the tribunal will come, God will intervene in that judgment and will be in favor of our principal, which is His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. He will be in his favor, and this, because the tension in the country is so high right now. I saw on a video on Twitter of recent whereby someone just ran into the convoy of a governor, and he ran into it, and someone is trying to head him back, and he forced himself to run and jump into the front of the moving car, that the governor should kuku kill everybody. It means that they are not satisfied with the present government governor we are seeing, that they are not satisfied, and it is going beyond beyond reasonable doubt of anybody. So it is very difficult, and you can see that's why the five people are crying. He said he want to offer 8,000 naira to people which cannot even feed a school, a primary school for just 2 or 3 days. Now they are, among themselves within the assembly there, they are sharing money for a leave money, which someone even interpret that they are in a point like that each of them can maybe Ghana home with about 36 million, 35 million, among the principal officer who can take 50 million. Just a single, whereby people were hungry, people were crying here and there of no food. And you are increasing fuel. The dollar is at this morning, when you look at the rate of the dollar, 900 and something naira. When you look at even the fuel price, and people, they are not concerned about that. We are not concerned about that, because the drug they are taking, even by the time some of them have inhaled their drug, they speak out of senses. They don't even know what is happening. So we need to continue this, and also prayerfully about it. And believe God that God will do something on that day. So by the grace of God, it's not something to say to say much about what is happening now, that judiciary is not aware. They are really aware. They are aware. They are so evil. I will not say they are afraid, but they are confused, because they are confused right now, because they already know that by the reactions of the people already have judged by their mind, on what the judiciary can come up with on that final day of their verdict. That is why also they are afraid, and they are really working assiduously behind the scene on how to turn the white people we are seeing now to black, to satisfy their principal, which is the selected Ebola president. So that is exactly what is going on. So I would like to hand over the mic on this, and I also want to pray that God will continue guiding us and encourage us. They say it is not over until it is over, and by this movement, I believe victory is ours with God behind us. And I believe God is behind us, because the Bible says righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach unto God. So that reproach is unto them, it's not unto us. And by the grace of God, glory shall be on our end in Jesus' name. So that I hand over the mic. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Andy, are you there? Sorry, who's going next?
I
just
guess.
go with Will.
Right.
Yeah, listen, please go on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lamin. Good greetings, everyone. One million match, million man match, and Ngozi, Lamin, and some of our wonderful, wonderful people down there. The likes of Saddam, I see Jimmy, Auntie Bolanle, Wayemi. It's a great pleasure to join with you guys this beautiful day. Yes, sticking to the topic, we say Nigeria deserves better. War is not an option. Of course, war is never an option in the Niger crisis, given the precedents in the past wars. Is it in Vietnam? Is it in Iraq, Korean Peninsula, or Libya? The historical precedents and the consequences of the past wars in all these places highlight the complex and often devastating nature of armed conflict. It's important for ECOWAS, I think, to seek a peaceful and diplomatic solution to this volatile situation in Niger. Dialogue, negotiation, and international cooperation are often preferable alternative to wars. Yes, Nigeria indeed deserves better. We deserve better than this. Even Africa at large deserve better than this nonsense. Even the ones spearheading all this military incursion into Niger is illegitimate, is a coup piece as well. According to George Weah of Liberia, he said, as long as ECOWAS tolerates constitutional coup that allow a lifetime president, there will always be a military coup. We can't condemn a military coup when we do not condemn those who carry out constitutional coup. George Weah was literally referring to all the ECOWAS leaders supporting this criminal move. Just take a look amongst the 15 member states. I believe everyone will agree with me that there is nowhere democracy and the rule of law is thriving, and it's done on them that this regional body is on its last leg. Just take a look. Just check it out. The Guinea now is gone. Mali is gone. Burkina Faso is gone. Now Niger is on the road to exit. So these remaining Western puppets and criminals are scared that it might be their next. They knew that this wave of change that is going on in the Sahel will soon reach them across West Africa. So they are just desperately fighting for survival. That being said, the criminal in Abuja is just taking advantage of all this critical situation on ground in order to buy legitimacy from the West. Tinubu is just trying every possible means to perpetuate his stay in Aso Rock. He know that even if the judiciary fails to unseat him, that the Nigerian people will definitely carry out that uprising that is going to discard him out of that seat. That being said, even the country in question, being Niger, has a population of 25 point something million, of which great number of its population are in support of the juntas. And I believe you me, very soon the military leadership will call for mass mobilization. That will issue out the guns to the millions of Nigerians that are going to fight alongside with them in case of any eventuality if the ECOWAS choose to invade. So I don't know how they're going to roll over the diehard population of Niger to get to Niamey to throw the juntas out of the presidential palace. And also, France is like playing a very dangerous game that may lead to war crime and massacre. From my own point of view, France may try to assassinate or take out the juntas one after the other through drone strike due to the fact that the French still maintain air power supremacy over Niger. So the situation is so dire at the moment. I just wish ECOWAS could just take a pause for a moment and retrospect to what happened decade ago in Libya. Today, look at Libya. Libya is left in a ruin. They bombarded Libya into a stone age. I think it's high time the NATO, the French, the Americans, and all the Western powers should leave Africa alone. And Tinubu is just one unfortunate thing that happened to Nigeria and to Africa at large. How can a small boy like Macron that is married to a woman almost twice older than him be telling an old man like you what to do? Just imagine such. Macron should be at least a few years older than Sheyi, and you are taking orders from him. Tinubu is a big disappointment and a disgrace to our nation. APC shouldn't have happened to Nigeria. It's so quite unfortunate. And if this war should go ahead as they are planning, I think
I think what we'll see it will be a catastrophic because the ECOWAS, led by the Nigerian army, is going to be up against Burkina Faso. They're going to be up against the Wagner PMC. They're going to be up against. Sorry, I hope I'm audible. Sorry, I had a call. They're going to be up against Egypt as well. And Algeria has a very bitter relationship with France during the Algerian Revolution. So they're going to fight with all their guts, to make sure that France face defeat, and they're going to be up against the almighty Russian military. I think what we need as a people across Africa is not killing ourselves. Now, to please depart, sorry, I'm having a call. The work and the progress of the African people should be a priority and important, and it's very important to focus on unity, cooperation, and self-determination rather than perpetuating conflicts or harm their action to please the external forces. Leaving the Nigerians to their own fate, even Bazoum, or what's it called, that was their president, was rigged into power. And that there was a coup attempt on the day of his inauguration. But these same juntas protected him and suppressed the coup attempt. But he failed to deliver to his people, the people of Niger, his campaign promises, and the military were there dying at the war front. Bazoum and his French masters were romancing the terrorists at the expense of his own people. See, let me tell you, from my own point of view and with all sense of humanity, anyone who opposes this coup in Niger is anti-African and very heartless. The person must be a very heartless people because what happened in Niger was emancipation from slavery and from neo-colonialism. Niger's uranium, according to statistic, I believe was sold for $200 plus dollar, if I'm not mistaken, per gram. In each $200 plus dollar, Niger received only $11. Niger uses France currency as their own national currency, even when France themselves are not able to use the currency in the Eurozone. 80% of France are powered by the uranium from Niger, while the Nigerians are living in darkness. This is very unfair and inhumane. Africa should rise up and say no to neo-colonialism. And the West just came to Africa to destroy us, to plunder our wealth. So the crisis in Niger is a wake-up call, if I may say, for Africa to unite, because the old order is diminishing. Just take a look at the age range of these military leaders that are taking up powers. You will agree with me that we are tired of the older generational ideology, if I may use that word. The young Africans are on their verge of redefining their destiny and relaunching their development. We must unite in this shared vision of the likes of Traore, the Burkinabe. Yes, I see the spirit of Thomas Sankara in him, and I don't care. To be frank and honest, I don't give a fuck. Sorry to use that word about the system of government in place. Given that,
Ogamusu, 10,000 naira.
okay, ma. Sorry. Sorry to use that word. So, that's right. Am I on? Lamin, should I go on? All right, let me just.
Family, we can't hear you.
It's just you that can't hear me. He can hear me.
No,
I can hear you.
I wasn't
now,
hearing you,
but
but I hear you now. You're audible now. What did you say?
I say you can go on, but please pay the fine when you're done, please.
All right, pretty. I'm sorry about that. So, like I'm saying, to me, I don't care the form of government in place across Africa as it is now. We are in a desperate situation as a people. Just look at across Africa. We are being degraded to a subhuman condition. With the puppets of the West, pleasing the West, looting our resources. According to Ramaphosa of South Africa, he said the gold and the diamond are taken out from Africa in sand and stones. They don't refine it in Africa. They take it out raw. They take out the black gold, the crude out of Africa. Why can't we have our refinery? Why can't we refine and have that finished product and export it to the Western nation? But they know that if we refine it, we're going to drain the dollar. Why did they kill Mahmoud Gaddafi of Libya? They killed him because of his vision for a united Africa, trying to launch a currency called the gold dinar. That was why they came upon Mahmoud Gaddafi. When Gaddafi was alive, the Libyan people were enjoying the benefit of his revolution in Libya, regardless that he stayed perpetually in power. But what matters is the life of the citizen. If the revolution is reflecting in a good way in the life of the citizen, then I don't care who is in power. So far, we have our right to a dignified life. So, in moving forward, I must ask, looking at Africa now, where is the democracy flourishing across the continent? And I think there's none. Then why can't we start asking the question, is this democracy our calling? Is this democracy in our DNA? Is this democracy our destiny, as a people? We have been living together thousands of years before they brought this system of government to us. And what have we benefit as a people? In order not to take much time, I will yield now. I will stop and yield the mic on this quote from our very great revolutionary leader, Kwame Nkrumah. Say, we know that Africa is. Hello, am I audible? I'm having a. Sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Now we yield with this quote from. Sorry, it's not Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba of Congo. He said, we know that Africa is either French, nor British, nor American, nor Russian. That is Africa we know, the object of the West. Yesterday, they divided us on the level of tribe, clan, and village. They want to create an antagonistic bloc, satellite, and that antagonistic bloc, I believe, is the ECOWAS. They want to fight themselves in pleasing the West. They should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you, and I yield for now. Thank you for the mic. God bless you all.
Thank you. Just a curious one. Are you a commentator?
You're not normal, Nelu.
No, just the way you sound. You're really able to articulate your thought continuously. Without pausing, and it's actually a talent. Yeah, but thank you so much. All right, let me back to you.
Why you give back to me? Mark, please make name.
Because
I can't see
no, because I don't know the
order.
order. I do not know the order. That the hands are up.
I'll take Kingsley, Shagun, Fuga. Sweet child is here.
Uh, good, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Lamin, 1MMC, Jimmy, everyone on this space. I want to sincerely thank you all for the effort and all you have been doing. And we are so happy that at this time we are still coming up here to, say what we want to say and to be able to push this agenda, because right now sometimes I just feel like I'm going insane, because all what is happening around us is I don't know where to start from. But let me basically say that we know that war is not what we deserve. And I can recall that my dad used to tell me, and my mom, may also rest in peace, though she is not be buried. I lost my mom 3 days to the election. And my dad told me specifically that the war is not something that we should even prep for. We should not think about it. That only people that do not know what is war that will say, let there be war. Now, he said that during the war, it got to a point that war lasted for about 2 years and 6 months, thereabout. Now, it got to a point that people were not able to eat. And then they were using pence and shillings. That it was on record that people were buying lizard for as much as 6 pence. As much as 6 pence to buy lizard. Now, what it means that there was no food, there was no way to get food. So I don't know what Bat is up to, and I don't know what he's doing, because I know that as much as he is there, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about whatever the people. Another record that it was people were being malnutrition as a result of lack of salt. And when it starts, if you are in Nigeria, I'm just giving you this one. When this war is going to start, finally, the salt itself, because as at then, back then, according to my dad, who was one of those people that fought to keep Nigeria as we have it today, he said the salt become an exhibit. If you are caught with salt, you are regarded as a saboteur and you will be killed, because that was what the people, the Biafran then were using to produce their bombs, their Ojukwu bombs and what have you, and a lot of other things. So on this, what we stand now, I really do not have, because our principal have said we should just be patient and we should look, because right now it seems like we are helpless. It seems like we are helpless, because I really don't believe in the judiciary anymore in this place. But I don't know if, because me, for one, I want to stage the protest, but right now I'm financially very okay, because I remember in 2020 and November, October, I think October 13th, the month at which this NSAS people were killed in Lagos on the 20th, yes. But we started our own protest prior to that time. So then too, I was in Ghana and we protested. I remember we went to the High Commission. We protested from here, wherever, because where I am right now, I have to move away from Accra a little bit, because right now it seems that everywhere is becoming so intense. And as you speak, it is not war that we think about. We are not anywhere near war. So if really we can first say, okay, let's go to war. Why not war against the people that has been there? It's quite obvious from this arrangement that the government of the day, they are aware, or they are rather the people who are posing to be the so-called Boko Haram and bandits and what have you that are trying to destabilize the economy over the years. Because you can't tell me that you don't know these people. And a sovereign nation, you are trying to invade them because of something that happened, that there is a coup. And then even the coup that we are talking about happened in Nigeria, and there was no ECOWAS invasion. I didn't see them come and invade Aso Rock, that Tinubu was not duly elected or democratically elected as you may have it. Fela will say that this is democracy. It is democracy, because I don't see, it is demonstration of madness. I don't see anything here like is democratic. What is democratic about Tinubu? What is democratic about his decision? What is democratic about not being elected and imposing himself on Nigerians and trying to inflict war because he's trying to please his slave masters? I don't try to get it. Sometimes I feel like I'm just trying to. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
So if that is, so now who is the president of Nigeria? I will say, for now we don't have a president to. And they say, who is there? I say, we don't have a president, because the person we voted for is not the person we are seeing there. And it seems the judiciary has been bought over. Sorry to use the word, but I really don't believe they are going to serve justice, because for me, as it stands, if you are going to serve justice, only the body language alone, you should be able to tell, because what are they really waiting for? They've said the judgment. The evidence are overwhelming. The evidence there is too much for you to delay all of this. Even me, I was even thinking that before the inauguration would have been put to halt. But okay, we say, okay, let's follow due process. What again do they want? They should just know what to do at this time, and they should do it fast, because we have lost our patience, and there's nothing more to lose. Let me just put it that way. There's nothing more to lose. Anyone that, if you, anything you know you can do, everyone should just be ready. Me, I have my parents, my mom passed on. We here to make the final burial right. We are planning on doing that soon. But now, look at the state that we want to tear the nation apart. My dad, for crying out loud, is dead. My dad is almost 90, and he's dead. I have brothers and siblings, sisters and siblings all over the place. And now, look at what they are trying to put in the country into. They are trying to go to war, where you say you don't have money. And now, you are putting some people on vacation. It means Tinubu really want to ruin the nation, because those people that he has given money, now they are giving them money for them to go on vacation, so that the common people, the Nigerian people, they will be slaughtered. Because from my own, I've been looking at this thing from the beginning, from the COVID era till now. That yes, the West, they have common interest. They have an interest in Nigeria to destabilize the nation, one, and to depopulate the people. Look at how they brought the COVID regulations and all that, and trying to impose it on people. When they see that the sanctions didn't work, they find another way to bring vaccines. Now the vaccines also failed. Have they been able to come out to tell us that yes, this thing that these theories or whatever we came up with was just a cook-up? Yes, all these things they are doing is just propaganda. But now they couldn't admit to that. Because they couldn't admit and they couldn't get to kill the number of people they wanted to take from Africa. Now they are planning war so that we will be fighting ourselves and killing each other. So this is just a plot from the satanic kingdom. As I see it, I don't know, but that's how I see it. I see that this is a plot for we to be fighting ourselves. And now these people that are prepping this Ebola or whatever he calls himself to come and instigate this war, are they bringing their officers to come and do this? No. Who are they sending? It is the unpaid. These are fellows that are unpaid. These are our brothers that are unpaid. I have a friend who is in the army, and just recently he said he's going to resign because now he was a lone survivor at a time when they sent them to Sabisa Forest to go and fight this Boko Haram. He was a lone survivor. When he came back, the dad was celebrating and all of this thing. And only for him to come, they just gave him one small medal. And before you know again, they deploy him again to Baga, another deadly zone of the Boko Haram insurgency. You see, so this is what they do. And he said, there was something the dad said, the last time we met. The dad said that when Gaga came, he was saying all what happened. And there are saboteurs within the Nigerian army. There are people, when they are being sent, people will lay ambush for them before they will get to the point where they will ought to meet these people. The people will come before, and before you know, they will ambush them and they will kill them. That's how they were able to kill so many of them. He was a lone survivor. He was a lone survivor in a troop of over 70 something of them. He was the only one that returned to the barrack. And when they returned, so many of them, like some of them too, they will have to face court martial. They will have to take them like the military. They all have their own court and all of this. They have to take them. Some of them, if you speak for something that you notice, you can be killed or you will just be whisked away. How many people? How many of us know about Lance Corporal Martins, the guy that spoke up the last time? I think nobody is talking about him, and so many of them. And what do you have of the military right now? What is the situation of the military as we speak? It is dilapidated, and you are telling us that you are going to war when you don't have a single defense. Look at the defense headquarters was attacked the other time. What happened? The whole nation kept quiet. I'm here to see that yes, these are the people, or these are the things, and we keep hearing that people are government officials, especially in the north. Most of them were mentioned related to this terrorist attack and all of those things, but none of them have been brought to book. And you are coming to tell us that you are fighting for what stupid democracy? What democracy is that? What democracy could that be? You are fighting an illegitimate cause. You yourself, you are an illegitimate president. You are an illegitimate selected president. Then you are saying you want to fight somebody who the people approve. The people of Nigeria, they are not even against them. I watched the video and you see that the whole stadium was filled with these people. They were cheering these leaders up that yes, this is what they want. Me, I'm of the opinion that yes, Tinubu knows that if the military, if the judiciary fails to pass judgment, the coup might also be happening in Nigeria, and that's why he's doing all of this. That's my own opinion. I don't know, but I'm saying that we should just be alert, because anything can happen. It's either make or break at this time. Because as it is right now, we have put everything on the line. We don't have anything to lose. That's it. We don't have anything to lose again. So we should just take it that, okay, whatever happens, it should just happen. And when it happens, it's going to be those people, those of us that are close to some of these big politicians, some of these judges, some of these, we should just be prepared though, because the way it is right now, is going to be, the mother will not know the children, and the children will not recognize them, because as it's going to be, we should not take it that it's only going to happen in the north. It's going to be everywhere. Because when those people, when the Nigerians, when they are going to launch offensive, they are not going to launch only to the northern state or to those that are in the boundary with them. They are going to launch strategically to where they know that to weaken the economy of the Nigeria. So that is what we are faced with right now. And in any way we can do our best to protect ourselves and to
to save this nation, we should just do it, because it is at point it is, because we are now in the breaking point. So it is either make or break. It's either we get it right now or let the name of Nigeria be forever forgotten. That is it too. That's my submission. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, but please bring Angie. Angie, please go on.
All right. Thank you so much, Kinsley. I don't know what's supposed to go next. Who is supposed to go next? Or you just
I
gonna?
think it's Shagun. I mean, based on hands up, it will be Fuga. Okay, Shagun's hands are up. Okay.
Okay, hello. Good evening, my people. Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I don't even know where to start because, in fact, listening to everybody sometimes just makes you wonder, as in how did we get here? How did we become so how has this become a normal thing in our society that people just get away with so many impunity and there's nobody to hold them accountable? It's just frustrating sometimes when you listen to the news and you hear of so many things going on in that country. Okay, let me start by just thanking you guys for all you are doing, Nello, Lamin, Ngozi, and all you people. As in, you guys are just the strength you have to keep going is just incredible, and I just pray that God will continue to strengthen you. I started today with a call from my sister, and she was in the hospital. My dad was hospitalized and General Hospital, and I was told, oh, they said we're going to get some blood and everything, and they said in that hospital, in the General Hospital, there's no blood, and we have to source outside. And unfortunately, they said, oh, when they told me the price of each pint of blood that you were going, and they said, oh, the price has just recently gone up and everything, and they needed 4 immediately. The only thing I thank God for was I was able to afford to pay for it. But my sister said in that same emergency ward that my dad is, there are other 5 people that are there that cannot even afford to do a test just to even find out what is actually wrong with them. And I don't know, as in, I don't know how you guys survive in that country. And it's just, I'm telling you that people are really going through a lot in that country. And I'm sorry, I'm using that country because I'm not in Nigeria at the moment, but I'm just, you want to help. I'm saying, you say, I just don't know how how people are getting away. I know you people are focusing on Tinubu right now, and I know that is like a major concern for everybody now.
Nigerian?
Yeah, I'm a Nigerian.
The way you are sounding, you don't sound Nigerian because you are saying you people, that country, this.
The guy don't give up.
I don't lie.
My people, I don't care.
And obviously he's not saying Nigeria. That's why he's referring to us.
Yeah, but still, Uncle, your father is there.
Very, very. I feel very distant from you.
I'm sorry if I'm sounding that way. I'm sorry if I'm sounding that, but it's just that I've given up. I'm trying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you guys have the strength.
You've not given up, because if you have, you clearly wouldn't be here today on this place.
Exactly. And he even has that all eyes on the Shari logo. So,
okay, let me tell you why I decide not to give up this year. It was because of Peter Obi. For the first time in my life, I'm over 40 years old. For the first time in my life, I heard a politician said he was given a plot of land that he deserves. It's not like it's not his own, it's his entitlement. And he did not receive, he did not collect it. I heard a man say to me that he was the head of a bank, and he was given some entitlement that belongs to him. But for the survival of that of that company, he said no. He was the head, he was the chairman of NSE, Nigerian Stock Exchange. The same thing happened. Obedient movement is not a human being, it's a consciousness. I am so happy for the first time in my entire life that people are becoming conscious of the fact that these things can't be, this is not normal. One of the reasons I took away my kids from that country was just to tell them it is not normal for us to be living like this. I don't want them to think that this is normal. How can a human being decide? How can a human being decide that for a country of 200 million, without even thinking, without even strategic anything, and saying if within 7 days you want to go to war, no ministerial, you don't have your cabinet, you don't have anything. Your military are so overwhelmed. Your people, there are people in IDP. Today, I just saw in the news now, people in Benue that were attacked. You already have a crisis on your hand. Are these people, are they even, do they have a brain? Because for Christ's sake, how can a human being not sit down and think and just, how can you want to self-inflict wound on yourself? How can you do this to yourself, to your people? Like I said earlier, the reason why I decided to because like you said, I was already living that, I'm out of that place. I don't, but Peter Obi brought me back. Because it brought a consciousness that there are human beings. There are some people that are in that country that can actually do things differently. That there are politicians in that country, in Nigeria, that can do things differently. That are not greedy. In fact, somebody said one day that Peter Obi is as if he conquered greed. You know, somebody to see something that you can, and then you conquer it. I told someone one day about when we were talking about politics and we were talking about the country, why things should be different, why. The only reason I'm telling you today that I'm still talking about, because I've given up, is because of this movement. This movement. And I'm telling you, it is not human beings. We are not, the obedient movement is a consciousness, is a spirit that is living in everyone that is here today. And I hope that spirit will spread to the east, will spread to the north, will spread to the west, and spread to the west too, so that people can have that consciousness that things can't continue to be the same. Things can't continue we can't continue to live like this. As I was telling you this morning, in a hospital, no, my sister said, literally they were begging her. I had to send extra money for those other people too. But how many people can you help that are dying in the hospital? The general hospital, they're saying, in fact, my sister was telling me now that there's no, the toilet is not good. They have to tell her to bring some commode from home so that my dad can use, because there's no toilet. I'm just saying, do you know the kind of, in its hospital, things are just going, it's just going from worse from bad to worse. I don't get it. The reason why I said what I want to say is right now, I know that, like I said earlier, the reason why we are focusing on, but is actually a system. These people are system. It's not only this Tinubu alone. It's from the House of Assembly. There are some people that have been planted in that everywhere, in every sector, to just destroy that country. From the contractor to companies that will not do their job, to people that don't have consciousness. And that was why I wanted to support Peter Obi, because we are not fighting against one person. We are fighting against a system. If anybody, any army officer is here, we are fighting against a system. They are in the army, they are in the police, they are everywhere. And we have to fight that system. I know there are military people that are here, and they are not happy with what is going on in their own system there too. There are policemen that are on this in the obedient movement that are not happy. We need to fight that system. We need to fight these people in any way we can to expose them, and that's the only way we can fight, to expose them. David has started a revolution. But even in the aviation industry, everywhere, they are everywhere to destroy that country. It's not fair. It's not fair on the people in the north. It's not fair on the people in Benue. The ID camp, they're in the ID camp now. IDP camp, sorry. It's not fair. Like I said also, I don't know how you're doing it. I have 3 kids, and sometimes I'm distracted. I'm thinking about how to but please, I'm begging you people, please don't just keep this spirit going on, this consciousness, and I'm sure it will get to the right channel, to the police. It will get into the police, into their system. It will get into the military system. That this can't continue. It's not fair. It's not fair on me. It's not fair on the kids. It's not fair on the children. It's not fair on the future, on the unborn children that are not even aware of what is going on right now. But it is the decision we take today. It is the decision we take today. I have my role to play. I've played some of them. I know that in today, tomorrow, there's still my role to play in this movement. I'm begging you, please, I might not be present, but let me know my role. Like everybody's saying, I can't carry arm. I'm nowhere close to where there, but I know I have my role to play now, because Peter Obi has broken that consciousness now. Like I said, I was going back. I decided, no, there's nothing. I don't have, just to get my family out of them. But right now, we all have a role. Whatever I need to do, please let me know. This system must end. This system must end. We can't keep going. We can't leave that. We can't leave this system to these people. They are everywhere. Everywhere, in the hospital, everywhere. It's just, I can't imagine human beings like this, wicked, the level of wickedness these kind of human beings are. They have their kids out of the country, and you're telling me you want someone else to go to war? For what? What is even the reason? You've not spoken to anybody, you've not spoken to the people, you've not even addressed them why you are going to the war, why you want to go to war. Nobody knows. It's not fair. It's not fair. This wickedness must end. And like someone said, we all have to fight these people. David is doing his own, exposing them. If you are in the military here, expose these people. If you are in the police, expose them. That's the only way. The only weapon we have against them. If you are in a system that is not working in that country, expose them. If you are in a hospital that is not working, expose them. They are not. So it's not about the federal government. The state government, like a general hospital, is a state hospital. If you are in any system, if you are in obedient, if you have access to information about this wickedness that is going on everywhere, please expose it. Let the world know. Let's expose these people. The wickedness it can't continue. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't say it's not none of your business. Until it gets to you, you won't know. Let us expose these people. I wish I'm not in the system anymore. If I am in a system, and now that I know, I will expose. Even if I'm going to die, I don't mind anymore. It's not fair. We can't continue like this. And it's not that only that guy alone. I'm telling you, it's not only Tinubu alone. It's a system. And we are the consciousness now. That consciousness to tell the truth, to expose them, we need to expose them. Thank you. I'm sorry that I took your time. Sorry, I'm so sorry about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shego. That's why we have this space, so that you can come and express yourself. You know, when you talk, then you let go of some of the anger. So it's good that you came here to speak, and you've motivated someone, one or two people. So it's good that you spoke. Thank you so much, Shego. Moving on, Fuga, please, you can go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you speak from. I want to say big thanks to One MMC for keep this movement ignite. I want to say big thank you to Lamin, Gozi, Nello, Sarah, UC, Maswell, Wemini, all this crew behind it, man. You guys are amazing. Like every day. Like I cannot imagine, man. I just want to say big thank you. I know that God will reward you people. You people are the real asset to Nigeria, not the politicians who are looting Nigeria. And your reward is here on earth. And we shall see this reward by reclaiming our mandate. So, regarding based on the topic, Niger stuff, we don't really have any business going there in the first place. Because if you have a crisis with your neighbor, it's going to destabilize your own economy and your people. Whether you like it or not, when this war happened, the Niger people will run to Nigeria. Nigeria people will run. There will be confusion everywhere. There will be terrorists. We have free flow, whatever arms will flow into the country, illegal stuff and all that. So the advantage is enormous, and Nigeria did not approve it. If you look, I watch public opinion, and they were asking Nigeria. All of them were against this war. There's always there's already a public opinion already that people were interviewed. They are against it. You understand? And if you go back to ECOMOG, that Liberia operation, and this other one, it cost Nigeria that in 1993 about $8 billion. Then, do you know they don't even account for one or that? So this man is just looking for a way to get legitimacy, and also still, when there is war, you don't account. So there is a lot at stake for them. So what I'm saying is that I know if it was our principal, first of all, he will dialogue, back channel, no matter the result, he will never go to war. Because those people will decide, they will choose for themselves. We were once ruled by the military, nobody invade us, and we through thick and turn. At the end of the day, if somebody came and Abu Salami, and he had over, we don't know, nobody pressured them, they had over. And here we are. And the politicians, they are not even making to say, you gave us this thing and we merit it. It's just like someone gave you something and you show that you did not merit it, you misuse it. They have not showed us in any way that it was that the military giving us democracy, it worth it. For me, my own opinion, so they did not prove it at all. Look at the corruption everywhere. We all know snakes swallowing money and all that.
All and all, we saw there is no point of wasting our time. We all know we're in this Nigeria. We all know what is going on. So in the first place, and when the rule of law is trampled upon, anarchy reigns. Period. So make this man no go think say he go just because he dey there now, because INEC selected him and he's there, and he has now used his power to put police head and all that. So if he give command, all those commands can be obeyed. That is why he was doing all those things. They know what they are doing. And my question is that what will happen if obedient? Me and the ask una, the only hope wey me I get for Nigeria na obedient. I no trust any other person. It's even the reason why I'm here. If not because of I see that first time in my life, I know that they are good Nigeria. First time in my life, I meet millions of not just one, millions I have never seen. I see the zeal. I say really, why will I not queue behind them? That's why I'm still here. So what will happen if obedient? You see, these people, they will not see. The truth is bitter. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. With the way they ring election and all that, this is doing all those. You think the people will give you people this thing from the head court? Let's be sincere to ourselves. Man, we see Nigeria, they suffer too much, and if they succeed, the suffer go double. What till we go do if? Let's go inside, ask ourselves, brother, there is no point. There is no point. I know life is sweet. There is no point. Our parents gave back to us. They are even better. I'm sorry to say, majority of our parents, even they live well than us. That we supposed to. How can the past be better than the present? That is what Nigeria is about. It means that our past is better than our present. Oh man, I don't know what to. My question, I just came here to ask question. What will happen if, because these people, you see this Tinubu, they keep people, all this thing. And ECOWAS did not authorize military to arrest Tinubu where they keep people in Lagos during election. The whole institutional coup where they happen, they regal. Which ECOWAS? Which one? They don't say police. Now they want to send military to Niger because of personal interest. Make those people know they deceive themselves. Nigeria, what till we go do if, because the time is here, this is the final lap. There's no second chance. If they no come out, they still they forget. We go just the rant. Wait till we go do if, and the judiciary, make I just tell you now, the judiciary, I don't know. Sometimes I might be in a good mood sometimes. So don't walk into the trap. On that day that Nigeria will not be in the good mood, you know, go deliver Mumu judgment. Oh God, I don't know what to go happen. Me, in this mood where I did presently now, if I do your judgment that day, if my body self go be fire. The feelings on my feelings where I did right now today, I'm not talking about this moment. You see these feelings where they used to, if they do judgment, that if in this present feeling, oh boy, me myself I go, no worry, make una go do nonsense. How na go school if person when no go school they come. You not see, you people are more the judiciary. Do you know the power you people have? Who is Tinubu? That if you people remove, what it go happen? Tinubu plenty pass the whole Nigeria. The Tinubu plenty. And they ask you Nigeria, make una no do nonsense. So if Nigeria no dey good mood, the day where una go do mumu judgment, you see that una money, it go dey worthless. Una go dey find safety. Me and you the mic.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Nobody's raising their hand. That means nobody wants to speak now. It's only me that can't see anyone's hand. Elite nurse, you can go ahead.
Elite nurse.
No, but
Thanks very much.
Sherwin,
But I saw a lot of hands before I raised mine. I think you might be making a mistake here.
wait, excuse me, sorry, elite nurse. Ngozi, is it that you know the see road or what? Because Theo's hand has been
I
up
can't see
since.
any. I can't see
Can you
anyone's
not see
hand.
Theo, the obedient economist hand up there?
It's obedient
She has already
economy.
called the guy now. Let the elite nurse talk. Wetin happen?
Hello?
I know they like partiality now, important, but
It's
it's
Hello?
all
not
right.
partial. She don't call am. She don't call am.
Hello?
Obina no Ibolu. Oh, please, when you come up here, don't unmute your mic. Chill. Eh? I will not bring you up until the people that are supposed to speak will speak. The obedient. Now I can see the obedient
No,
economy.
but like Lami said, elite nurse can go ahead. It's just when you said you can't see any hands up, that's why I was wondering. Because
I can't. I wasn't
I
seeing
can
it
see a
now.
couple of hands up. Sewen's hand is up. The obedient is up, and elite nurse as well.
Okay, so let
As a
elite
matter of
nurse go.
fact, I saw those hands up before I raised my hands, and I don't know if it would be fair to go before them.
Okay, we're still doing fairness. That
Oh yeah, now allow
obedient
them to talk. Oh,
economy.
you hold on. Since you want to hold on.
I mean, I can go on if they don't mind.
That obedient economy. I-
All right, you guys are all fighting over my head, so let me come up at once.
hey,
Good
God, I
morning, good
can't hear
afternoon.
you. Are you using the earpiece?
No, I'm not. I'm not using earpiece. Okay, maybe
Please,
I.
could you speak closer to your mic?
I beg
Okay.
now, where
All
are
right.
all the
Just
ladies on this space? Please, you guys should request
just
the
a minute.
mic.
Nella, I go remove you from this space.
I don't tired to
Because you're
hear
causing
men talk up
confusion.
and down.
Where elite nurse was meant to go, you interject. Now this guy is talking. You're interjecting.
Yeah, I'm just
Ah,
spicing
Nello,
up the
please.
space. Calm down.
Pẹ̀lẹ́.
I need my ladies to come up.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please go
Yes,
ahead.
Jare, you are audible.
All right. I appreciate you all, and thank you for the earlier vibes. Um, I really, really thank God for the awakening that is, hovering over Nigeria lately. When we started the obedient movement in my state, it was crazy because I actually started nationally and then I came down to the state to run it also alongside others. It was crazy because it was like, in the midst of 7 people, you are the only person that is optimistic about what Peter Obi has to offer. And then you have 6 other people to fight against. And they will just wear you out and give you, that perception that you're on the wrong path. But eventually, as we grow, in vigor, as we persisted, we saw the, light at the end of the tunnel, or even before the end of the tunnel. So, at a point after the elections, I know I also assisted in mining data for the case now ongoing at the tribunal. It wasn't easy, but after the elections, we were like, oh my God, this man who has won the election right now, or who's been selected, would never allow us to breathe, and will never allow Peter Obi to take back the mandate. But eventually, for the momentum that was created and sustained by, people like one MMC, the likes of Amsterdam, Jimmy, Ngozi, like you, and the rest of us over on Twitter, somehow, gave us that hope again. That even when I saw that a lot of wickedness has been, rotted on Nigerians at the last presidential election, I felt helpless at a point. By the way, this is my first time ever having the opportunity to speak on a space. And it's been most of the time I'll be picked up, and then after a while I'm not. I'm taken over by other events. So because it takes time, and I don't have all the time to always stay waiting. So, but today I have the time, and I thank God that I'm able to speak. So, I am saying that outside Twitter, that as we have it, there are other avenues that are completely on the blind spot of the goings on in Nigeria. I'm a regular guest on radios around my state, and every time I go there, I bring up the topics that has to do with the PPT, and I'll be shocked that a lot of people, in short, the contemporary media, don't even carry the progressions, don't even carry the news as concerns the progress or or the situation at the tribunals. And a lot of people have lost hope. A lot of people look. Tinubu is completely unpopular when it has to do with Nigerian politics, as far as I'm concerned. It's just APC trying to sell a very bad market to Nigeria, and everybody knows about it. But we're all helpless. That's the situation that was painted. Everybody felt helpless. That the way it is, the oligarchs, the cabal will always have their way, and we could only have our say. So it troubles us, and it troubles me particularly, that the momentum we find on social media, I'm trying right now to make the same momentum go on on Facebook, because it's better on Twitter than it is on Facebook. I think I'm beginning to see like one MMC now on Facebook is gathering a lot of momentum and all of that. And the Facebook community is not as awoke, let me say so, as the Twitter community is. I did not expect anything less from someone like Tinubu. So when people talk about the situation with Niger Republic, I didn't expect anything less. When people said it wasn't going to happen, Tinubu is not going to war against Niger and all of that. When you are trying to gain validity on issues or on a situation where you are completely wrong, you would do anything. And I had a friend of mine ask the question, what if the drug issue, what if the man has changed, couple of, that his crimes are mainly, or especially the drug crime is some decades back, and that he may have changed along the line. And I told her, listen, if he had changed, he wouldn't have contested for the election. He wouldn't have contested for president. He hasn't changed a bit. He's still a drug lord. He's still a swindler. He's still a thief. He's still a criminal. Because if he had repented, restitution holds that he will just say, hey guys, my records were bad yesterday. And based on the Constitution of Nigeria, I'm not qualified to even contest. So, guys, even when you selected me, or even when you picked me at the nomination in APC, I wouldn't go for it. Let's send someone, with better records. I'll just support. But he didn't do that. Simply meaning, he has not changed. And we can see in what is going on in Nigeria. What happened between 1999 and 2007 when he was the governor of Lagos State. Today, people claimed that he made Lagos State. How? What was his contribution? Why did he have issues with Fashola when Fashola, succeeded him? And, stuff like that, until Fashola had to gather all of those people to appease him in the end. What took Ambode out of office? These are the questions that we should ask. This is not just a mere guy that forgives. And that's why I came up with with the obedient economy thing, because I believe that we are going to be tortured in Nigeria. Should it happen? I'm not talking like those who are outside the country. I'm glad. I just sent my mom off a few days ago so she wouldn't have to suffer what we're suffering. But the truth of the matter is that I'm not speaking, from outer space. I'm not speaking as one who is not in Nigeria. I'm speaking as one who is in here. And I can feel all the pains, all, the burns and the fire that is burning. 7 states in, boundary with Niger Republic. A lot of us do business across those places. We don't even know Nigerian borders between Niger and, in some communities, it's just a drainage that cuts Nigeria and Niger. In some communities, it's just a farmland. So it is a country that is more or less more Nigerian than other ECOWAS countries, and that's the country we want to dare. And mind you, Nigeria as it is, we're not really together as such, because the political class have been able to set our mindset at war. So we have people who are, in APC, but they forget that they are Nigerians. We have people in PDP, but they forget they are Nigerians. We have people, I think it's only the obedience as it stands that will come up and say, okay, this particular stance or this particular move by this government, though we don't support the government, is a good move for Nigeria. But then we want our mandate back. So I believe that is the spirit of patriotism. Whether or not we're in support of something when something is right, or whether or not we're in support of someone when something is right, it is right. When it is wrong, it is wrong. And I'm yet to see APC speak against this. I was hoping to see the Senate and the National Assembly raise, fire and brimstone against the invasion of Niger. Though they refused their support, but at the same time, what else did they do after that? I don't want to talk about the Nigerian military. As it stands, I believe there might be some military personnel in our midst. I don't think there's any of them that are happy. I don't think so. I don't think there's any of them that is naive of the consequences of the action of the president. Moreover, those who think that the Nigerian military should go against the order of the president, that is not how military works. Those guys, they respect their their rank and file. Even as a civilian, Tinubu is as it stands, he is the commander-in-chief. That makes him a military man. That makes him the power over the military in Nigeria. So they just, take orders. That is how the military works. But then I believe that those who claim to be Nigerians in ordinary clothing, like the Senate, have a responsibility of telling the president that his move is wrong, but they haven't, and they will not. Therefore, it brings us back to our cry, the judiciary. The judiciary will remain the last hope of a common man. And judiciary now remains not just the last hope of a common man in Nigeria, but the last hope of a united Nigeria. The last hope of, a Nigeria without war, the last hope of a sane Nigeria. That is what the judiciary is today. And if they want to flip that hope, is left to them. I can't promise what will happen to them, but I can assure the judiciary, and especially the judges of the appeal court, they cannot soak us into this jeopardy and step aside. They will collect the pepper. They will take the fire along. Because if you're in Nigeria, you will not tell me you cannot see how difficult life is for ordinary people. Who skyrockets the price of petroleum from 145 to 250 something to 300 to, and today 620, in a country where cost of living is already high, in a country where amenities are nowhere to be found. Shegun just cried over his father's attention, in the hospital. A Nigerian doctor who flew out now in the United Kingdom once made a video, I think on TikTok or Facebook, and said, if you are sick in Nigeria, please don't go to hospitals. I have witnessed, I was lucky, my father was not, before he passed, was not in a general hospital. So I think we had, some level of good health, system given, healthcare given to him. But then, I have followed a friend of mine to a teaching hospital where his mother, was there. And trust me, it was a crazy experience. I witnessed 3 people, while we were just standing at the emergency, unit. 3 people brought in, and they could not be admitted self. They were inside the car. Thank you very much for the alert. They were inside their vehicles, and they died there. They could not get attention in the hospitals. So these are the things that we face on a daily basis. These are the things that we see in Nigeria. And this is not fair. We are not living in Nigeria as humans. We are living in Nigeria as animals. And that's why it makes sense now that Nnamdi Kanu calling Nigeria a zoo was even an understatement. Please, let us think of what we can do. We cannot only remain on spaces. Let us think of how we can go out there, occupy, the Senate houses, and beg them to stop this man. Nigeria will be the worst hit. The West, France, United States, and the rest are just using Africa as pawns in this chess game. And until we realize that, we will not fight ourselves. Thank you very much for this moment. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you so much. I don't know when we want to end the space, but it's 6 o'clock already, so we should be about rounding
We are
up.
here till midnight. Today is Friday.
You know, see that even your network self did not agree.
Midnight. We're here till midnight.
Okay, the only me, I'll just leave you. Sure, you very just leave. That's why I say midnight. Be happy. All right, little Nurse, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I greet everyone in the house. Great job that you're doing. Always a pleasure to be here. It was a particularly exciting day for me yesterday to have contributed in the violent space for the first time because it was my birthday and I felt like that was some sort of birthday gift for me. Emir Saddam, great job you're doing. I love the energy of Jimmy, the well-meaning Nigerian, Ngozi, Lamin, and Kadiri. I thank you so much for the effort that you're putting into the effort to reclaim our mandate and to restore our country. Nigerians deserve better. It cannot be put in a better way. Improving the situation in Nigeria, it does require a multifaceted approach. There are various sectors and challenges that need to be addressed. What the reality has shown is that Nigerians are not asking for too much. We just ask for the basic things. And the government of Abia State at the moment has shown clearly that when people in government put the effort, make an attempt to do what is right, they will get the support of the public. And I think something has shifted fundamentally in how we conduct ourselves as Nigerians when it comes to our relationship with the government. The rising voice calling for accountability, calling for our public office holders to do better is testament to that. I made a vow to myself that my children will not say up NEPA in this life. And this is very important to me. But the way things are going, if my children are in Nigeria in the next 5 years, that dream will not come true. Especially if the judiciary does not rise up to the occasion and play their part in setting Nigeria on the right course at this time. Nigerians deserve better. Good governance and accountability is needed to strengthen institutions, to promote transparency, to reduce the corruption which can snowball into more effective governance. And effective governance will be seen in different sectors of our economy to power the amelioration of the long-standing degradation of our resources, our values, and everything that we stand for as a people. We need a crop of thinking people in governance who will take economic diversification seriously, investing in sectors beyond oil, such as agriculture. And our principal is big on this. He has identified the massive wealth of arable land in the north and intends and is committed to putting it to good use for the good of our country. Sectors like technology and manufacturing can create jobs, boost the economy, and reduce that dependency on a single industry, which seems to be more of a curse than a blessing now. What about education and skills development? Providing vocational training to empower the workforce, increase the employability of Nigerians, and drive innovation. It pains my heart every time I remember that 11,000 jobs in the first functional refinery in a long time in Nigeria will be going to outsiders and not to Nigerians. It breaks my heart. Our government does not seem to be committed to critical infrastructure development, such as roads, power, and healthcare facilities to improve the quality of life, to attract investment and stimulate economic growth. The naira is tumbling every day. So many things ought to be considered. Security and conflict resolution. Woke up to the news of people in my state slaughtered again today. Women are lying down on the roads and crying because they've been struck by herdsmen. Again, people cannot go to their farms because bloodthirsty people who have the backing of the state are decimating them and their means of livelihood. We need a government that is committed to addressing the security challenges through well-equipped law enforcement, community engagement, and conflict resolution strategies. These are the things that our principal have outlined in detail in his manifesto. And when you hear him speak, you can see that he has the wit and acumen to see it through. With the sagacity that the obedient movement has shown, there is a critical mass of good-thinking people who have ideas and solutions to the problems in Nigeria, which these politicians has made look like are impossible and insurmountable all these years. What about healthcare access, particularly in rural areas? Our brother just talked about the situation with his dad. This is someone who can afford it. What about the millions of people who have no access at all? How do we sustain an economy without a healthy population? Concerns like environmental conservation, which are the front burner of national discourse in serious nations, are secondary considerations in our country today because we've not been able to get the basic things right. A large population of young people without opportunities. What about a government that provides opportunities for the youth through entrepreneurship, skills trainings, and mentorship to harness their potentials? How about that? Do we not deserve that kind of Nigeria? The last electoral cycle highlighted the deep divides that exist in our national life, the ethnic divides, the religious divides, and the politicians exploited those for their sinister intentions. So, what about a Nigeria that promotes unity and encourages healthy development of our diversity? Because our diversity is obviously not the problem. As demonstrated by the obedient movement, retaining the rich diversity of our ethnic and social-cultural backgrounds, yet united in the desire for a nation that works for everybody. The obedient movement has demystified that myth that we are too diverse to work together as a single nation. How about a Nigeria that promotes and celebrates Nigeria's cultural diversity while fostering a sense of national unity to mitigate ethnic and religious tensions? Nigerians deserve better. In the areas of foreign investment and trade, how about a government that creates a conducive business environment? We cannot have the innocence of this world, the air peace of this world. Companies with potential, great potential to lift our nation up, who are grounded by harsh economic policies. How about a country that simplifies regulations and promotes trade to attract foreign investors to boost the economy? Will that not halt this fast descent and decline of the value of the naira? Nigerians truly deserve better. How about an effective social welfare program? People are jumping into the lagoon now. Again, there is a new and rising wave of suicide in our nation. And all of these pent-up energies are waiting for the verdict of the courts. The world is talking about the digital revolution, AI revolution, distributed ledger technologies, cryptocurrencies. Where are we in this big picture?
Litnos, please wrap it up. Wrap it up, please. I didn't want to interject you. I thought you would see my hand. I've been flashing. Please kindly wrap it up so we can get to other people. I appreciate you.
Well,
and sorry I had to interject. I'm so sorry.
I understand.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Nigerians truly do deserve better. This is not the time to call for war. War only destroys. Nobody wins in a war. Everybody loses in a war. And the people who ought to know better, who were around when wars have happened, are the ones beating the drums of war at this moment. We do deserve better. Thank you for the privilege to speak. I'll yield the mic now.
All right. Thank you so much, Elite Nurse. $1 million girl, I think you have an announcement.
Elite nurse, I'm curious. So, when your children are making noise, how do you stop them? Because this voice, the kids will just be running helter skelter. All right. Sorry, I had to. I couldn't help myself. All right, back to you.
That's the best kind of voice, I beg. If you need Elite, we'll run one midnight space where if you need to sleep, we'll bring Elite Nurse. So that his voice will calm you down and then you sleep well. That kind of voice. I know people don't know. Too much Nigeria problem. People don't know how to value good voice. Anyway, moving on. $1 million girl, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Please let's leave Elite Nurse alone. Wetin happen now? we with the Naija. My guys, I have announcements, but I'll get to that in a second. So, in a day, and people around me say an average of 5 people send messages, call for one thing or the other, and the amount that they are mostly able to give is like 1,000, 2,000. These guys are very grateful and happy, and they're like saying thank you. And you know the funniest thing, you do it today, tomorrow a new set, next tomorrow a new set. It brings us down to the fear we had when we said APC could not just come again. You can see now that we're not talking about our economy now. Now what will you talk about now? This is just devastating. It's scary. Personally, I'm very scared because I can't think again. Oh, before you just know like this, Naira will just reach 1.5. Everything supermarket no go even fit enter again. Well, or you no go even fit buy pepper again because tomatoes right now is gold. Like I don't even know when last. When last? You know, guys, let's keep it moving. All eyes on the judiciary. They should give us these dates. But however they want to do it, they just don't want to be useless. The judiciary does not want to be useless. The Senate, the National Assembly has made themselves useless some days ago, and we all saw it. You know, there's a difference in you people saying, "Ah, all of them are wicked. They don't care about us. Their kids are not in this country." There's a difference in you trying to convince people, but the whole nation saw it, and we had our Senate president, thinking we're all fools and saying he's taking back that statement. What does that even mean? It makes no sense at all. So it means in their eyes we're dummies, daft, fools that don't have any place in this world. And that is why the obedience movement is destined to change the course of Nigeria. For the first time in years, we are embracing the awakening. We're going all out and saying things need to start being done the right way. There needs to be a whole lot of clarity, accountability. And we can do it, guys. We're so close. Once we get the executive right, by God's grace, we'll come back to this legislature. Please, David, kindly check your DM. Kindly check your DM. We're supposed to do some stuff based on this recalling back some legislatures and stuff like that. So please check your DM. I've been trying to get in touch with you. Yes, please, guys, on the Jumbotron from Labour Party Lagos, there's an inauguration ceremony going down this Sunday, August 13th, at Ikeja. The special guest of honor is His Excellency Peter Obi. The guest of honor is Barrister Julius Abure. It's the inauguration of the new local government chairman caretaker committee. A whole lot of work has been going down. As you all know, that the party now has a website in Lagos where you can register, and we've been trying to run a whole lot of cash distribution. Some days ago, GRV submitted his written address, so we're going back to court tomorrow to get the final responses. And then from there we await the court dates to. From the turnout of things with this NMPP man that was actually sacked by the court. Well, let's hope this victory cuts across. Let's hope this mentality cuts across all the rest of the judicial system. Let's hope we get the right judgment, because I can't even start imagining. So please, on Jumbotron, it's a strictly by invitation event. You can call to RSVP. All the information is there. Then lastly, please, before I go, today we launched the maiden edition of Twitter Spaces on Labour Party official page. It's on the Jumbotron, so please follow Labour Party page. It is Lagos Labour. Yes, Lagos Labour. Follow us. That's the official Labour Party handle. From now on, I'm gonna be the one talking most of the time, just similar to what one MMC are doing, where some days Mark talks on the handle, some days it's well-meaning and they shovel it around. So I'm gonna be working round the clock. So in case I request the mic, guys, from that account, please give me mic. It's probably for announcements and stuff like that. But it's not a one-sided thing. We have a whole PR team that a whole lot of obedience from Lagos actually became part of, because we made it open and we're all set up to go. We will be bringing down this local government chairman to these spaces. We'll be bringing down our sitting representatives. Tomorrow, we're doing the first one. 2 weeks ago, we tried bringing down Honorable Okejo, our federal rep from Lagos, representing Oshodi Solo 2. He couldn't make it, but I've made him promise. Nothing will shake tomorrow by God's grace. Inshallah. Tomorrow we go. So please, the link is on the Jumbotron. Set a reminder, guys. I'd like to call on everybody on the space. Please push the word out. We'll be having a conversation with our rep. One of our reps from Abuja is going to be discussing what the state of the nation looks like. At least now we have insiders. This is where we are reaping the fruit of our labor. Now we have people to say, okay, to ask questions directly from. Imagine if we didn't have all these people now. We even know whatever they are doing. But then, please, follow Lagos Labour handle. Guys, help us retreat. Everybody on the space, just pay the tithe. We know how we do it. Let's push the party forward. Let's push the structures forward. And feel free to DM the party because a whole lot of people have mentioned they've been having difficulties getting their cards after making payments. We'll be working around the clock that. Then also we'll be running frequent user spaces. So we intend to bring Honorable Sheyi Shodumo, Sheyi Show me from Ojo next after Honorable Okejo. So please stay tuned. A whole lot of things. We had the maiden edition. The chairman was there, and the party escorts were there today, and they took us on what the Sunday's event is going to be like. So PO is coming to Lagos on Sunday. Please be around. Reach out to your party, local government chairman, your ward chairman, get your tickets or RSVP, send a DM. I have access to those things. Reach out to me, be part of the structure. It is now. Local government elections are coming next, and I want to see people from these spaces I can vouch for. I want to see people that I know are sound enough that we can actually go all out for, just the same way we did for GRV and our other candidates. Thank you very much, guys. I yield.
All right. Thank you so much. Moving on. We want to end the space soon, so I'm gonna rush everyone. I don't even know how many speakers do we have left. You're laughing. See one. Going.
Hello.
Gone.
Yeah. Hello, Ngozi. Don't gone yet. All right. Good evening, everybody. It reached my turn. You say you are rushing. You want to close the place. Please now, calm down. We are here to air our views. Please now, help me.
Come early morning.
I've been here since morning. Actually, I've been here since morning. I was listening, working alongside. So no wahala. Well done, magnific dude. I mean, Ngozi, everyone who has given their submission. So I wouldn't want to just beat on what has been beaten already, but I would say this. Nigeria actually deserves better. Nigeria deserves to work. Nigeria deserves to not go through the hassle we are going through. Whenever I see other nations of the world that are thriving, nations that also got their what would I call that thing, independence at the same time we did, and they are thriving, they are also oil producing nations, I just wonder what happened to us as a nation, what really went wrong with us, because it's not rocket science leading a country. It's not. If you've led in one capacity or the other, you will know that you will know not to promise things you know you don't have the capacity to deliver. But that's one thing Nigerians have consistently been fooled by. Nigerians love hearing fairy tales. Nigerians love hearing people tell them things they know they don't have any capacity to uphold. So, we are learning. We wouldn't beat ourselves up and say we made a mistake. No. Even the votes that were casted for him, the legitimate votes that were casted for him, were not enough to win him an election. We just know that he entered through the back door. We are getting there. We shouldn't give up. I've been speaking to people as often as I get the opportunity to, Ubers, my friends, just getting the energy up to other people, letting them know that it's possible for us to get our mandate back. A lot of people have given up on the fact that the judiciary will do anything. They keep saying, he owns the judiciary. And I'm like, calm down. He doesn't own anything. It's just, he has just put the judiciary on the spot and made them say, you either go as the fall guys or you do what you need to do. Because any decision they make is still going to tell on them. Nobody's running away from this thing. About the war, there is no need to be involved in this, and there is no good that will come out of it. We know he's trying to legitimize himself. They are pushing his strings because he has a dirty hand, and that's why we needed someone like our principal, Peter Obi, who nobody would be able to pull his string or hang something over his head and say, if you don't do this, I will tell you. But this guy has so much baggage. I've been taunting all the guys that were shouting on this matter on my WhatsApp. I've been telling them, sure, you're getting your boots ready because you will fight this war. As much as I hope this doesn't happen, but it's so sad to see that we spoke sense to some people and they said, no, we don't understand politics. We don't understand how things are done. Maybe now we are seeing how things are done when a stupid person is involved with politics. It's not supposed to be so. The reason I'm fighting this is I don't want my 1-year-old to have to go through the things I've been through for over 30 years. I don't want that to happen to him. I want a nation that works. And I'm not that kind of person that loves to go around other places. I've never really considered living. Not because I don't have the opportunity to live, but it's not in my, I don't know, maybe to get into my DNA, but it's not my DNA now to live. So I'm fighting to ensure that it works because there's no place like this place. I can booga anybody, nobody. I bullshit politicians on a steady because it's my own nation. I can't do some things in some places. But here is my own. Nobody can come and push me out of my own and tell me that it's no longer mine. So please, obedience. Well-meaning Nigerians, don't give up. See, one thing will give and this man will be removed. All I know is that you will fool us for so long, but the people are awake and the people are not letting go. The pressure don't they increase. They say pressure tiwa. Pressure don't they increase and he's trying every means to keep himself to look as though he's on top. All this grandstanding by his cronies, everybody saying I have this, I have that, I can do this, is just to make us feel coward. But we are not cowering on this mandate. This one, it go choke everybody. The bone go choke every neck where they involved because you can't keep us consistently down for this long. For how long does this continue? This brings to mind a situation where I was involved in, and I didn't know I had that much. What's that word? That much anger in me until it happened. That's what Nigerians have been pushed to. They don't know what Nigerians can actually do because Nigerians have always pushed the goalpost of suffering. Any moment you do one thing, Nigerians will just adjust. After a few weeks of complaining, Nigerians adjust and say, it's maybe a global phenomenon. Maybe it's just how we are. Some people say things like, it only gets worse before it gets better. 8 years of Buhari supposed to teach us say that's in a nonsense statement where people just give themselves hope with. It doesn't get any worse before it gets better. It gets worse and worse and worse. So people should just learn from their mistakes. I don't know why Nigerians do this thing where they make the same mistake now. They go on and maybe some things look like, there's a breather. The next thing, they're making the same mistakes again. It doesn't make any sense. You can't do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. For the military, you do what you have to do. But I pray God that this doesn't go on to what this man is looking for. I pray God that this judiciary will do the right thing for once in their history. I don't believe any of them will do the right, but I believe that the pressure that we are putting will make sure that they think of the repercussions of doing the wrong. Because this man is pushing us to a place of no return. And like we've said, he's willing to rule over dust. He's willing to, and he lays everything and say, I am president. That's what this person is. And we do not need that, right? So, people, brace up. We are going to win this. No matter what they do, we will get it right. And eventually we will rejoice. Nigeria will work in our lifetime. And we will not die. We will see it work. We will see it work. The enemies that decide that they will put us down and see us in the ground, now then go dig ground. Because we want a Nigeria that works for all of us. And we'll see it happen. Thank you all for granting me this space to rant. And I drop the mic now. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sewon. Idowu, ID, Idowu Israel, IQ. Are you there? Going? Gone. All right. Peter Obila's son. Peter Obi's last. What up? Peter Obi, what are you preparing?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you using earpiece?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Remove it. Thank you.
Please take another person. I'm coming back. Sorry. Take another person.
Okay. All right, Benedict. Benedict.
Hello? Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening. If we can't hear you, we'll let you know. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity given to me, for allowing me to air my view. My own perspective towards this whole issue. Personally, for me, I don't have hope in the judiciary based on what their precedents and how they've been delaying this issue so far. I don't have hope in them. So for me, I'm just urging Nigerians to come out. Instead, we come out and kind of like a peaceful protest to let them know that we are not happy with what is happening in the country. Because the way this man bundled his way in, it shows that he had already made this plan ever since with the US to bring him in. And that's the reason why he's doing all these things he's doing. And I also thank God that these things are coming out early for us to see what is happening. I think I saw in the news that I saw it on Twitter, in Uganda, the European country has refused to give them loan just because they didn't agree to sign this gay rights issue. So and now this man coming now, and people that are being it is the Western world that is controlling it because they have all his files there. And that was the reason why they refused to release his file when they asked for his file. They said we should wait till 2006 before they could release his file. So please, this should send a strong message to Nigerians and everybody. Please, our religious leaders, they should come out and talk. Nobody is talking. Everybody is just quiet as if, I don't know whether they are not listening to the news or anything. So please, they should all come out. People should come out and talk. This country is going down, please. They should come out and talk. I'll read for now because of time. Thank you. Who are both in charge?
Idowu Israel, are you there? No. Special.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I want to greet everybody first of all. One MMC crew, me. I see Emir Saddam, so many persons. Ngozi Lamin, Udi Wakaji. Well, I greet everybody. I want to actually start by saying everything is fair in love and war. Actually, we're already at war. Let me say Nigeria is actually due for war. To be very honest, I don't know why we are begging Tinubu. I don't know why we're actually begging Tinubu. Well, let me not really delve into that deeply. What
Sorry,
I see
you said Nigeria is what? Due for war.
Nigeria
Okay,
is
Nigeria.
yeah,
Okay, Nigeria as a country, not like fighting Nigeria.
exactly.
Okay.
Not even Nigeria is already due for war, but the only persons holding down this country, the very fabrics of this country, are we, the obedient, just being calm, taking things through the proper route, or doing things the proper way. Nobody has the monopoly of violence. Everywhere for don't cast. I mean, I speak pidgin small. Everywhere for don't cast. But we decided to be very calm. In what country would you have somebody rig an election so openly and everybody has castigated the electoral process, but you still have the impetus to swear him in, even as a CGN. Then these guys, they feel maybe they are spirits, or maybe they are not physical human beings, they're not, they bleed or something. You understand? So Nigeria is on its own, it's already on the verge of war, but going to a war with Niger, I don't know, it's not called for, but if Tinubu wants to go to war, it's like me, in my own opinion, I don't know people's opinion, I won't beg him not to go, but let him go. Let him, he ain't saying GCFR now, may he carry himself go, put him picking for back, may none of them line up with him minions, none of them dey. Put him with that idiot name for Lagos. What's the name of this man?
MC
Oluwon, thank you very much. Let them go to the war by themselves. Let them leave Nigeria alone. I don't know what we have with Niger, what concerns we have with Niger. Is it the AKK pipeline or whatsoever? Good, if the West and whatever they want to fight there, well, let them go and fight directly. You cannot start fighting Niger. It's not called for. But if Tinubu really wants to go to war, wants to claim legitimacy with the West, we don't care about him and his legitimacy. Let him go. He's not our president. It's everything is fair in love and war. Michael Jackson said, "All I want to say is I don't really care about us," and that's true. Asha said, "Say if you are walking through the marketplace, don't throw stones, because even if you do, you just might hit your own." So when Tinubu is carrying out these actions and people are looking at him, he's thinking that these things there'll be a rebound. We're going to boomerang on Nigeria. And what he doesn't know is that this act of war whatsoever is actually specifically directed towards Nigeria. He does not know yet. Nigeria is just a mirror. But it will boomerang negatively against him if he actually goes to war, because he doesn't know that even the Nigerian citizens, they're angry at him. So by the time, when the war starts, really, if he wants to start, let him start the war. By the time people march to Aso Rock, let's see how, in fact, the plane he wants to take off, when people hold the plane down, let's see how he wants to run out of the country. Because people are, in fact, me personally, I vex. So it's the country it's already in a state of war, to be very honest. But within ourselves, the older generations have been telling us to calm down. Within ourselves, we're already at the state of war. We don't want to make the wider what do they call it now? Religious war or tribalistic war. That's why everybody we've been coming down, we're taking things gradually, going through the processes and all that. And now the judiciary is, instead of them to give us a date, they are thinking we're all fools washing. The fact they say, now they tell blind man say rain they fall. When the thing starts, that politician that is driving his 150 million worth of a Lexus Jeep past us, he would know what it is when they say everything is fair in love and war. So they should not think they can run away. So if they're instigating the war, let them go ahead. There's no problem. There's no problem, because as it stands right now, Nigerians are fed up. Like somebody said, we've been shifting the goalposts. Maybe not the one. See, the thing with boomerang, I'm very 100% sure that the boomerang on Tinubu himself, particularly, because by the time he goes to war, send soldiers that are underpaid to war, and they see how the situation is there. Man, those guys will pick up the gun and they come back to Aso Rock, no matter where he's hiding. So, but the only thing is the fallout. Those innocent people that will just, that's what we don't want, and that's why we don't want a war. So we're already at war within ourselves. So then why do you want to go and it's something that doesn't concern you? It doesn't really concern us as Nigeria, as a state, to go and be interfering with what happened in Niger because of you want to please some other person just to get legitimacy. You are not even the president. You're not even a placeholder. You're nothing. So I want to end with this statement. I want to end with this statement from St. Augustine. Before I really round up, tectonic plates will shift. Let me put it like that. There's going to be a very serious shift. It's already happening. It's already happening. But a lot of things will go wrong. A way wronger, I'm not use that word. If Tinubu eventually says, okay, even with the Senate saying no. If he eventually says he wants to use his ECOMOG or ECOWAS, whatever power he has within his confines to make sure this war happens, then there's no problem. Tectonic plates will shift. I want to end with this statement from St. Augustine, as quoted in this movie, The Great Debaters. If you watched that debate very well, there was this energy in that debate, and I just want to the closing remark from that debate. It said, from St. Augustine, said, an unjust law is no law at all, which means that if I have a right to choose between duty and to resist with violence or civil disobedience, you should pray and choose the latter, which is civil disobedience. In Nigeria, we are being calm now. Doesn't mean that we cannot. Violence is not in people's blood. Everybody blood is hot, but we are being calm. So Tinubu should not take us for a ride. The judiciary should not take us for a ride. If you are in the judiciary system, you are listening to us. Don't see when that time comes. Now you will not go to beg us. When it go happen, you will not go to beg us. But the only problem is that when you start a war, how do you end it? Our elders and mommies and dads, they are still alive. They went through the civil war. They've been begging us to just calm down. They don't want war. But when that generation phases out and things begin to happen, that time they will begin to beg us, the youth. So we are being reasonable now. We've come under a body You voted in who you want, you snatched it, you grabbed it, you run. My dear, power is served in a la carte. If the people want to serve it to you in a la carte, you don't need to. It's only a thief that grabs it, takes it, run away with it. You think you have everything within your arsenal to do whatever you like. Aside Dokubo, you think maybe you are the one powerful person because you've been given power by Tinubu's government. But by the time by the time we are bossed, nobody will tell you. I need the mic for now.
Thank you. Ido, are you ready now? Okay, I can only see Joe Paul's hands up. Please, if you want to speak, just raise your hands. There's a love button with a heart on it. Click on it. Then you see the icon hands are raised. Just click on that. Like that. And we'll call your name. Joe Paul, the space is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody.
Is it just me? On my screen, Joe Paul is not on the speaker section.
You na
Put
fake.
on your screen. Person wey dey here say on your screen, we go remove you
Don't
from
mind
this
that.
space today.
Fake Twitter now you they use.
I
Let me
think
see.
Lami
Okay, so
need
why is he not speaking?
She's
Lami need
speaking
that
now.
glass. Oh.
It's not me that is that said that can't see you. It's
She's
Nelly.
Nello. We
It's
don't
not
remove her. Don't carry her comot.
Hey, na Nello. Nello, e be like say dem don dey give am small agbado something. So she no dey see again. Or Abima will add hearing aid. We go add hearing aid to her. Send and give her. Obedient movement, we are helping each other. Thank you very much. I greet and I hail everybody. The resilience and the commitment is top notch and has never seen before in the continent of Africa and across the globe. Well, looking at the topic, Nigerians deserve better. You know, war is not an option. Well, I will start by saying that Nigeria deserve better. For us to be able to get to that, we have a battle to fight within us because we have allowed people without knowledge, without foresight, beyond their nose trees to hold and clinch onto power for a very long time. And gradually, they have become so powerful that they can dare anything. So, like the Bible says that it was without money that we were taken into slavery. And without money, we will also be what? Rescued. Without ransom. That's actually the right word, the main word there. Without ransom, we will what? Be freed. But people must first of all realize that they have become servitude in their own land. It's good though that the thing is pinching everybody now. I have looked at this